Welcome to a special session that I affectionately refer to as Dungeons and Directs. Today we're going to be looking at a series of Zelda dungeon levels. I think they're dungeons anyway, they seem to be advertised as such, but I jotted down a whole bunch of codes that are Zelda levels, and it seems like a particularly opportune moment to be running them, given that we are, of course, in the wake of today's E3 Nintendo Direct, where we saw not quite plenty of Zelda, but some of it. So, we'll begin with something by Miss Yarrow, Dublin Dungeon, where the objective is to grab the silver banana trophy and transform into courageous mailman sprite. Miss Yarrow likes to speak in metaphor. So we see DD Dumpling, kind of dumpling-shaped door in the cover image, and I guess we'll find out what that's all about. Okay, we have a map that is shaped like a dumpling. We have a Boo riding a cloud that is also shaped like a dumpling and is so far inaccessible. We'll see if that remains the case. Here it looks like we're going to shoot these, and there's going to be not quite an entity block that I can see, but maybe something will come out of the pipe, who knows. Yes, it is an entity block, and it's going to give you the ability to move up there. And so yeah, we'll move into the main room. We'll see that we'll just continue to observe the map and wind our way around the layout. We'll also keep track of which rooms we've been in to the best of our ability, in case some secrets lie off the main path. Pretty straightforward so far. I actually kind of like how the Zelda map is boxed with a track, and so it doesn't obstruct your movement. Seems like ever since Link was introduced in conjunction with the MTP blocks, that they've been a fairly popular element for use in minimaps, and that continues to be the case here. I think bombs will probably be enough to knock out these guys. And then something will drop out of here, assuming that we knock this guy out. We're going to get a key as well as the ability to continue. Yeah, very Zelda 1 style dungeon so far in terms of being highly combat-based on a flat but shapely map. Given the map, I'm sure we can in fact continue up some of these pipes. No, I guess not. Okay, so this is where we came from originally. Yeah, so this was just way back because we now have the key. Which makes me wonder about the initial entrance as well, whether there was anything in particular that we needed to look at. I guess not. I guess we'll eventually drop down into the rooms that are to the right, and we'll pretend to the left, given that this is the starting screen. So yeah, it's really mostly one combat room at a time, but we'll see what's going on with this twister. Also, there's a bomb location to the right there that I totally didn't take note of. Let's do that. After grabbing the checkpoint. Didn't really get a good look at the checkpoint room, but I do want to bust this open first and see what this is all about. Okay, this looks very dragon-like. I assume that we need to take out the Goomrat, that is the eye, likely with a bomb, and that will pop something up by the donut block. Assuming... I'm actually not exactly sure about the donut block in terms of pipe blockage, but we'll see what we can do here. Yeah, there we go. This allows you to drop and also continue. Once again, I didn't really get a good look at the save room. We'll probably go back to that in some capacity. But for the moment, we'll just continue. And pop over here. That made a big splash. And, yeah, so we'll figure out what this is about at some point, I'm sure. But for the moment, we just shoot things, it'll split. No, it won't split because we hit it with an arrow. And when we jump on this guy, and that'll allow me to go through a door, although I can also bomb this location. So we can have it both ways, except that's just a one-way panel with a moon. So that's exit only. Alright, so we'll just traverse this. Whoops. And yeah, we're on the other side here. It's kind of interesting that there's, of course, all these rooms that are built like you're staring at a face of something that does not merely subsist on a diet of dumplings. And you can, in fact, enter. It looks like it's eventually going to be the boss room, so we'll keep that in mind. So yeah, it looks like we do have a rough idea of where that's going. Now let's see what we can do. The clouds obviously are matched in terms of position. The locations to both the right and left can be bombed. Let's take this guy out first. See if anything goes on with the pipes. Or for that matter with the scrolling. So yeah, it's possible at this point to do what? Let's figure this out and move to the right. I'm thinking about whether there are ways to take out the boo, potentially if there's something like a spiny helmet as part of your item progression. But that doesn't quite explain what we do in this room here. And I think we'll have to come back to that somehow. Yeah, because you can make it all the way across. I wonder if there's some kind of interaction with the boo that I don't know. For example, if we toss everything to the right. And well, this is as far as that goes. I think we can go up this pipe. I don't think I... Ah, yes, no, I get it now. Because the boo is loaded there, the entity block that was created by the sideways trampoline that spawned out of that pipe was then removed. And that's how we're able to get up into this room, where we see this tree. See if anything else drops out. I guess we'll proceed and just see what's up here. You get back into this room here. I guess I haven't really been paying very close attention to the map. Notice the key that seems to be related to that ghost on the right. That is just located as a stretch. Now, of course, now we have the ability to kill the boo that is here and remove all of these entity blocks. Electrodude, welcome. We'll need to find a better position to do this from, though, so I can actually get the kill. And then I can ride the cloud, but I can't take the cloud past a one-way panel, which is an issue right now. So let's see where this can actually take me that I couldn't go to before. I don't think there's a good answer to that just yet. Yeah, because this was dependent on the boo. We'll likely time out on this attempt. And this was also blocked by a one-way panel, which I'd forgotten that was also exit only. Okay, so we'll likely time out and redo some of these segments here, but that's okay. We'll also consider that, totally apart from killing that boo, it's possible for me to now continue probably elsewhere in the dungeon with the use of the spiny helmet. It's just that it felt like I hadn't quite... Oh, I know. We hadn't taken advantage of this spawn taking me to the left. That's how to do it. We have to let that spawn. But in order to let that spawn, we need to remove some entities. And the way we would do that is how? That's not going to spawn the booze. That's not going to get rid of the Goomba. So it looks like there's no way to get that to spawn a second time. That's trampoline flying to the left, which I was hoping to lead further. I think it's actually possible to jump on top of a Goomba and then kill the Boo here. And then that would allow something to spawn, for example, here. Or even allow me to get up into the cloud. So we'll see about doing that. Yeah, the save room was not really anything apart from a Spike just deciding to hang out around here. So let's redo what we had seen previously. And okay, pop this over here. That's going to knock out its eye. Up we go. Mang, welcome. And we'll go left. Okay. Yep, same idea here. We come back here with this unblocked. Let's just blow up everything we can. Aim the shot. Not exactly our finest talent, but let's bomb this too. Whoops. I said let's bomb this too. And back over here, same idea. Don't really know what's going on with the moon over here. Might just be an aesthetic thing, but I haven't quite determined that yet. I'm looking for locations that I could not previously access until I was able to obtain the cloud. But I think the idea is simply to obtain the cloud over here, once we have the helmet. Hey Glitch, welcome. Hope all of you coming in got something out of the Nintendo Direct that was broadcast within the last day, so... what levels I'm playing? I'm not just doing Zelda Dungeons. I can send you the code to this one. If you just give me a moment, I'll just punch that into the chat. But I have a whole list of levels that are all Zelda Dungeons, and I likely will not get through the whole list today, but we'll see how long some of these take. So yeah, this one is by Miss Yarrow, and is actually the shorter one by Miss Yarrow. She's got a much longer one that I am hoping to do afterwards, and which has, I think, a world record currently of about 9 minutes. Which sounds absolutely tantalizing. The kind of large-scale thing that we'd like to do from time to time. Oh, this one goes down. Oh, right. Oh, that's the second checkpoint. Okay, so you actually do have access to multiple checkpoints here if you do want to save your progress. I didn't realize that. And anyway, we'll go back here. This prevents this from spawning. So that was the solution we were looking for. And now we have to figure out what to do with that key on the right. Because I don't see any of the locations outside of here as being accessible yet. But I think it's some kind of a clue that we're looking for. That I want to do something about a question block that is in some kind of analogous location. There's some kind of visual clue in this room that I haven't quite processed. So we'll keep that in mind. It could be something earlier in the level for all I know. And it could also be something that's up by the boss rooms that I haven't looked at yet. No, we do need this key eventually, and that's probably the key that's matched. The key that's associated with that question block. And so, given that clue, well, first of all, let's take out the boo. I think it is going to be going up the left side. You see, that's totally reachable if we do it a little bit better. We can come back here, reload through this. You had an idea for a level like this to explore, and you did want to do it with a map, but you think for your idea to work, you may have to forego that. Oh, you might have to forego the map, you mean? Yeah, I've seen a lot of Zelda levels, even from the moment Link was patched in, that used this kind of map idea in a couple of different shapes, and sometimes they're very thematic. Like, this whole dungeon is shaped like a dumpling. And there are some elements, like the boo in the cloud, that are deliberately dumpling-shaped, as far as I can tell. And it wasn't going to be a Zelda map, okay. But some kind of non-linear exploration, right? So, which is great. I always love that style of level. You see, I can't quite reach that. I feel like I am supposed to be able to reach that, because if we drag the boo outside of this room with the one-way panel, we can't really get back in. But positionally, I think that might be a little bit difficult to manage, so... we'll just lead this over and see if we can time it. Nope, not quite. Really do feel like that should be reachable. Because the idea... okay, no, this just gives you the sword. I thought maybe this would eventually give you a spring that allows you to come up if you have the cloud, perhaps. But if that's not the case, then we should go back to the original idea of killing the boo over here. Ah, the boo gives you the key. Okay, okay. That's one thing I didn't really pay attention to. So I was probably dragging the key with me the whole time last time and just didn't bother to use it. Or used it on a door that was going in the wrong direction, perhaps. Taking me to the earlier part of the level. Who knows? No, because that was my first checkpoint reset, so that couldn't have been the case. Anyway, we got the key off the boo. That's what the tree clue was telling me. And now we'll shoot all of these guys. So yeah, very gentle level. Doesn't really go out of your way here to kill you or anything. But with a very simple entity block concept that controls all of these gates. And oh, that's the flagpole, okay. Didn't realize that. I guess it would have been possible to go around to check the pipe on the right side, and I kind of wanted to. Should I go back and check it? I kind of want to go back to check it. I mean, this is a quick level once you know what you're doing, so... let's do it. Just to check the goal. And just to walk through this again for people who didn't get to see it. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, bomb this location. Pretty simple concept. Yeah, this is gentle enough I do want to rerun it just to redo the ending, because the flagpole kind of caught me by surprise. That's way out of position. Oh, no, maybe not. These guys are big, they can take the hit. Oh, that's enough for the key. And you get a key and the entity block. So yeah, that's the idea here. I have to say, I didn't really make much use of the map in this one. I didn't find the map that helpful. And, where did we come through here? Did we come through the door? Okay, well no, this is going to lock us one way. That's okay, I just want to see the end. So, toss it in the guy's mouth. Yeah, really lovely decoration on that. With a very simple tile set. Don't really need that one up for endless. And then we'll just bomb our way through. Pretty gentle about the additional swords that it gives you as well. Oh no, didn't bomb it. That's okay, we'll just get it this time. And over here. Not going to be a speed record by any means, but I really do feel like that's potentially breakable in terms of getting the boo over here, although it won't get you anywhere useful, so since the boo is only here for the key, and that room is only there for the sword. So anyway, this is the most interesting bit of the level, though, using the additional entities that you get from the clouds in order to unblock this gate. That's really the moment that sells this concept. We'll go back here, we'll kill the boo, and we'll just rerun that really quickly. Yeah, not quite. That's okay, we just needed to grab the boo, punch it out, up the nose, and through we go. Whoops. Nope, don't want to do that while trying to line up a shot. Anyway, we will take that out. Take that out. And through we go. So let's miss the flagpole this time, just to... Whoops. I probably needed the bone shell. Maybe. Because I would have been able to do something for me here. This is the end screen, so that's nothing. That's nothing. Okay. I wonder what the bone shell is all about then, because it would really only get you a ground pound. I guess there was nothing then, it's just a flag. Maybe it's there to really sell that dumpling thing. Okay, so we didn't actually learn anything new from the second run, but we got everything done in one segment. So now that we've done this one, I do want to take a look at Miss Yarrow's larger and more ambitious dungeon. So this is Legendary Hero. It's a level that I've marked out for quite a few weeks now as something I wanted to do eventually. Notice the 9 to 10 minute world record by Pink Triceratops, also a notable maker. 3 dungeons, big boss, and no key death. Reset timer after dungeons with lava. I'm not going to remember that. But we'll just pop in here and we'll see what that's all about. So anyway, Glitch, you were saying that the level that you gave me after a few revisions, yes, the ant elevator level, right. You got it to a better place that you're happy with. Okay. Yeah, when I do viewer levels, you're quite welcome to show me another version, as always. Anyway, legend, says the water text. Looks like we might have something that's closer to a top-down layout if we're swimming. Look at all these trees here. Underwater, all these corals. So yeah, I guess we are going to have a nice open non-linear adventure, which is great. Eventually some kind of POW interaction with the pipe, I'm sure. And yeah, Glitch, no worries about not being able to stay. Looks like we will eventually want to go down here. But in such a way that allows me to drop through, or at least drop a bomb. Dropping a bomb would be able to take out the block, which would then drop the spring, and then the spiny hat hits the POW. So, however, I do need to be on the ground in order to do that. We'll try to line up a shot eventually. Nope, that's way too long. I may just soft drop it and then tap it. No, not like that. I wanted to get out of there. Nope. A little bit of a difficulty in releasing it underwater, I think. Especially because of the bomb timing here. I think you might actually eventually need a clown car to come here and drop the bomb using the clown car, because I don't see a good way to do it otherwise. It seems like this height is done specifically to make it difficult for you to work with. I think that's what's going on. That's going to be a clown car lock, and you see there is a clown car right here that leads you into this segment, so I think I'm correct about that. I don't know what these skull platforms are going to do to me here. I think they just sail off the map. But yeah, it looks like this is teaching you that you can, in fact, use the clown car for bombardment, which we will do. The sword is there to protect you from bombing yourself. And yeah, it looks like this is how we'll unblock the Muncher. So let's get up here. And drop. There we go. Going to poop that out. And that's going to take that out. And into the fish we go. Into Jabu Jabu's belly, apparently. So yeah, okay, no, I see how this works now from what the map description was telling me earlier. That the water is the overworld, and it leads you to 3 separate micro-dungeons. So we came in through this pipe, let's remember that. This pipe will probably lead you back to some kind of water segment. Interesting. P-switch and this decoration on the right. Notice, too, that there are 5 pink coins. That's going to be relevant to some kind of gate. I guess we're just doing the circuit, we're following the map. Yeah, I am represented by the blue outline. And the red is probably just our destination, so we need to loop the other way. Until we find some way to grab that key. Let's see if the P-switch would potentially affect anything in this room here. I don't think so. But you never know if there's some kind of off-screen interaction. Okay, let's just pop through here and see if that affects anything in this room. Looks like the Muncher is eventually going to drop out once the P-switch expires. I would expect it to. Nope, it's not, so those bricks have something in them. Let's keep that P-switch in mind, because we don't know what the P-switch is used for yet. And we might need to race it towards something. Yeah. Whatever is being blocked here. Oh, look at it. It's kind of like an hourglass, if you look at this. Which kind of makes sense given the time element of racing the P-switch. This looks like a killer robot of some sort. Okay. You got a POW over here, which we'll think about. And this guy here just gives me a sword. Nothing that interesting yet. But so clearly we need to find some way to get a key that will get me through the key door, and that the way to do it probably involves racing the P-switch over to this location and seeing what spawns when it is not blocked. So that's the approach that we'll take. Okay. There we go. And let's hit the P. And race it over. Clown car. Excellent. Clown car will allow me to do what? It will get me past all these claws here. It will allow me to probably store the POW. And then I can lead the clown car over. I can lead the clown car over until I get to the Muncher. Once I get to the Muncher, then I can bomb the bricks that are under the Muncher, and I can go through that location. So we'll hit the POW. We'll let one drop into the car. And then, because this is Night Castle, I'm allowed to swim to draw it all the way up, but we need to be quite careful in terms of the claw pickup there, I think. In case it takes priority over the car. I don't actually know for sure if it does. And we tap this. then we actually just do a bomb drop with this guy. That'll be a little easier and more fun to work with. And here's the key. Now, we do have about 120 seconds to get to some kind of checkpoint. But before we do that, we'll clear this little miniature dungeon over here. Looks like there is going to be some kind of mecha boss. I'm not going to be able to drop into... Oh, yes I am. If I knock this out, then I should, in fact, be able to drop a bomb down here. Kill the red Koopa. Looks like that will create an entity unblocking that will then activate the bomb as well as the on-off switch. Let's not do that. With 85 seconds remaining, but you can see how that's supposed to go. Alright, let's start over, and let's do the same kind of route. I don't know how non-linear this is in terms of whether you get some flexibility in terms of dungeon order. But we'll just do what we know for the time being. I don't remember the boos from last time. Oh, because they scatter. Yeah, because I guess the boo ring would be centered around the clown car there. I have seen that scattering effect before, but usually just as a special effect, not as an element that you really have much direct interaction with. Whoops. Okay, there we go. That's going to activate a POW. And we go into the fish dungeon. In some ways, much more pleasant to look at than Jabu Jabu's belly in Ocarina of Time. Nugukaza, welcome. It's going very well. Hope everything is fine with you as well. The big thing today for me, of course, was Metroid Dread, which... I mean, I don't know if the significance is going to strike everybody the same way, depending on how long they've been following Nintendo, but it has been a long time coming to at last have a return of 2D Metroid in a form that is not a remake. So, very big deal for me, definitely something that will be streaming when it releases in October. But yeah, always nice to have a really big Nintendo event. We haven't had one in quite a long time, just given that with COVID, everything was just being done on 2 or 3 months' notice, it seemed, whenever they wanted to release something. So it's kind of nice to have some advance notice for setting my playing schedule of sorts for the next little while. Also knowing how much time I can budget to stick with Mario Maker for the time being. So let's get over to the key, this time with significantly more time than when we were here last. And this time let's not die to a mecha fight. Kind of wonder, you can come through here with the P-switch still active, I think. I don't think that affects anything, though. So, yeah, what we'll do is we'll tap car. Yeah, considering how generous this fight actually is, it's kind of unfortunate that I did in fact take a death on it, just from the double hit of the red mecha missile earlier. So yeah, one thing I had been meaning to do for quite a while was some kind of Zelda dungeon festival. And, you know, particularly because some of the levels will be a bit longer, and that the concept is strongest when the levels are a bit longer, like this one. Looks like we will eventually have to loop back here. So yeah, it felt like a very good opportunity to get this done, just on a day when we had a whole bunch of Zelda announcements as well. Look at this face. It's like Boom Boom's face, kind of. I would not be surprised if we had some kind of Boom Boom themed dungeon on the way. Looks like we're going to get in through the red pipe and probably back out the blue at some point. Ah, repeatable checkpoint segment. Okay, that's how it's going. Right, because when you respawn at checkpoint, it's going to revert back to the on state, and then that's how you kind of maintain your position. Thoughts on a new Metroid? I am extremely excited. I always felt when I played Samus Returns that a lot of the original mechanics were something that could really use a proper control stick. And it'll still be weird to play a 2D Metroid with a stick rather than a D-pad for me, but, you know, the mechanics that they introduced in Samus Returns were kind of designed around that with the free aiming and a lot of the other movement options, and so it'll be nice to see that in an original game where the structure is designed from scratch to accommodate that. And yeah, I will neither confirm nor deny that I reacted in much the same way when it came in. I mean, I don't know how long you've been waiting for Metroid Dread to show its face, but so for those of you who are not quite aware of the context, Metroid Dread was a famously rumored game from as far back as the DS era, from as far back as 2005 or 2006, that just never panned out, and it never panned out despite being officially acknowledged in Metroid Prime 3, which came out after Metroid Dread was already kind of considered and talked about. And so it seemed like, you know, Metroid, with the big drought that it had after Other M in particular, and just given the kind of difficult circumstances with 2D games rather for the longest time in the 2000s, that it was not able to capitalize on the sudden popularity of all the games that were derived from Metroid that had come out in the past decade or so, and so I was thinking about it earlier today because it had come up in conversation that the Metroid drought, like the 2D Metroid drought, if you actually, even whether you count the remakes or not, like whether you count Samus Returns or Zero Mission, the kind of weight that we're talking about is equivalent to that huge drought in 2D Mario between Super Mario World and NSMB. And it's on the same scale as something like Duke Nukem Forever. Like, that's really how long Metroid Dread has been kind of coveted. And okay, I'm not really paying enough attention here. I think I need to... we can't stomp when we're underwater, but let's see what I can actually do with the boot. Got distracted by talking about Metroid. Right, because we came in here, we got the boots. We had the recyclable checkpoint earlier, so I'm not too concerned about losing some progression. I think the boot is all we get out of this location. But I don't see what it gets me just yet. But yeah, one came in, knowing about what happened with Metroid Dread and knowing how it's kind of rematerialized in its present form really does fill in a lot of blanks. Okay, so we need some kind of entity spawning eventually to come over here, like with the Boo puzzle that we saw in the last dungeon, in order to get rid of this trampoline and make sure it doesn't spawn. Once we get it to not spawn at all, then we're able to come in here and grab a shellmet. So eventually we'll want to lead some kind of target back here. But, oh, okay, bad idea. I guess we have to grab the boot again. Unless, I've got 40 seconds, I should explore what I want to do with the boot before I continue. I eventually want to get a key to come through this key door. But right now I don't know what I'm supposed to use the boot for, and I think we'll need to hop around a little bit more. This is, of course, just the entranceway. Yeah, the thing is, you know, every year, except for last year, of course, when the E3 Direct rolls around, everybody kind of has their own bingo card or wish list or whatever. And my wish list every year has been sort of 2D Metroid plus Advance Wars. And so somebody I talked to earlier today said that this direct sounded like it was something like it was out of a 4chan leak. If you look at the thing that was listed, you know, that we have 2D Metroid and Advance Wars, WarioWare, and Breath of the Wild sequel kind of showing its face again, etc. And I would say that not only was it like a 4chan leak, it was like a 4chan leak that I plausibly could have written myself. Yeah, we'll see, because Advance Wars, like, I played tons of Advance Wars, especially Dual Strike on a DS, but I actually never played the second campaign, Black Hole Rising. And so if I do pick up the remake, which I probably will, the Black Hole Rising campaign will be new to me. As well, Advance Wars, I think, really missed out on online multiplayer being something useful, because they tried to make some baby steps to make online multiplayer work on the old Nintendo Wi-Fi connection back when the last Advance Wars game, Days of Ruin, or Dark Conflict in the EU, came out back in 2008. And it didn't really function very well at all. I remember trying it. I remember trying some things like map sharing as well, and it just did not work in that form. And so for the longest time, people who wanted to do some kind of multiplayer Advance Wars had been finding these hacky custom solutions, like, you know, clone games that were on web-based services and such. And it'll be nice if they even just go as far as taking the features that were already part of the original local connectivity in Advance Wars on GBA and just make them work online. That'll already be a huge step forward. Because Advance Wars just never got its chance when it came to a proper implementation of online play. So, nope. We have to keep the boot somehow, unless I'm not supposed to take the boot through here, and that's supposed to deliberately make things difficult. I kind of wonder, because currently I don't see what the boot is getting me. And I don't see what the spike ball is doing either, but I think we just need to lead it over, perhaps, and... Oh, I know what the spike ball is doing, I think. Also, I think that this whole thing here... No, it doesn't really imply bone shell. I think it implies something else. I think we actually need to take damage from the thwomp, and that maybe taking damage by losing the boot is what gets me across that gate. Maybe. I haven't quite determined this yet. But it looks like there's some kind of thwomp manipulation here that I just don't understand yet. Or something to do with the spike ball that we also haven't played with. In terms of that additional entity against a budget that exists when the spike ball is still alive. The other thing that I can do is notice that I can move this out of position. Although I can't really move it out of position beyond that. Such that if I get the spike ball to spawn in an upper position, maybe this does something. But I don't think it will, just given the slope positioning of the spike ball there. I hadn't considered shielding the thwomp, actually. And that's a good question, because, yeah, because the boot allows me to stand on the spike while I'm in a shield form. And I think you're actually correct. Yeah, when came in, I mean, I never particularly played much Tekken back in the day. I think it's one of those things like with the Fatal Fury, where, you know, even if you don't have a particular connection to some of the classic fighting games, they really do kind of belong in Smash. As part of that whole fighting game meta roster that they've been building ever since they started adding Street Fighter. So I don't really feel a particularly personal connection to Tekken, but it's a nice surprise to get a representative there after, of course, having already received a Mii costume for that. And no, we do need to keep the boot to pass through here. Yes, we do. Okay. So let's redo that. But yeah, looks like you're absolutely correct about the boot interaction. So 200 seconds to kind of get this right and get it straight. But yeah, to get back to the subject of Metroid 5, like I said when it came in, I don't know how much you played of Samus Returns, but I thought there was a lot of stuff there that really was screaming to be implemented in its own game. And okay, we need to move our way forward slowly. No, we need to get up to the cloud. Yeah, we tuck ourselves into the cloud position, and then that is safe, and I get across. Okay. But yeah, Samus Returns, I think, was limited by the 3DS circle pad. It literally broke my circle pad. Like, my 3DS was just holding up very well up until I played Samus Returns. Actually, no. Luigi's Mansion 2 also really kind of did a number on my circle pad. But I remember playing Samus Returns and thinking, this would have been a fantastic game on the Wii U. Because you would be able to have the dual screen mapping system, which Metroid honestly always kind of screamed for. But you would also have proper sticks and, HD graphics potentially. And now, of course, we're no longer getting things like dual screen maps, but we are still getting a new HD Metroid that is going to be designed around analog movement and be designed around that swiftness when it comes to combat. So, because the boss design late in Samus Returns is very, very good. It's, I think, the high point of the game. It's the biggest step forward in terms of what that game actually added to the Metroid series, I think. Okay, we do need to carry the boot all the way over here. And looks like that is going to be in... Actually, do we? No, we don't. We can just make it through here, but if we don't have the boot, then can we proceed? Yes, we can. Good. 99 seconds, I will need to redo this, but at least we've mapped out most of this. But yeah, a lot of the later bosses in the Samus Returns feel like they come out of a 2D equivalent to Metroid Prime in a way. Like, they actually do feel like Metroid Prime bosses translated into 2D in terms of some of those multi-phase attack patterns. And so I think the stuff that this developer, Mercury Steam, was best at doing is going to translate very well into a new game, especially one where they're no longer confined by the original linear structure of Metroid 2 Return of Samus. We do need to drop something in here. I think we're going to drop an object in here, possibly a bomb, for instance, or possibly even a boot. No, I think a boot by itself. Is it going to occupy the car? Yes, it is. Okay, good. And we lead... no. One-way panel. Never mind. But we can get this thing to shoot the block, which will give me the key. We do need to escort the boot again back here. We have 20 seconds. It's not going to happen, but that's what we will eventually do. Escort the boot into the clown car, and we get the clown car to shoot. That clown car shoots the block and gets the key. This clown car doesn't appear to hit anything interesting. But we'll get back there and think about that when we time out and respawn at a checkpoint. Yeah, 1K man, I mean, obviously you have online access to the original NES Metroid, but I also recommend that you just start with Zero Mission. NES Metroid, I think, is interesting for historical reasons, but for a number of reasons is not really that approachable to play now. Because it is a game that is so dependent on, as with the original Legend of Zelda, some of the secrets design and some of the hidden passages and such are not really designed to be fair and not really designed to be something that you can just figure out on your own. And so it's a big change in design philosophy, I think. Also because of things like the save system, the fact that you respawn with 30 health, etc. That's... I have an immense amount of respect for the original Metroid, but I also agree that if you're just going to do some kind of story order retrospective, you absolutely should start with Zero Mission. Clown Car will not go through the barrier because of the one-way panels. Oddly enough, in the NES Online service that is on Switch, they have a special build of the NES Metroid that just starts you with the late game item progression and just lets you get to the later bosses right away as a bit of an easy mode advanced start, I guess. I haven't tried it, but that's what it is. That it was something that was specially built for NES Online. But fundamentally, you know, the map system and some things like the way that the saves load in, not the saves, but rather some of the rooms loading in, etc., and the way enemies hit you as you're going through doors, etc. Like, some of that stuff is not aged well about NES Metroid, and so yeah, definitely, if people are playing story order, they should be going with the remakes. Zero Mission, if you've never played it, is really interesting in that it is specifically designed to reward a lot of sequence breaking and alternate pathfinding, which was, of course, always a large part of the culture of Super Metroid especially, but the series in general. But was something that was kind of a response to Metroid Fusion in a way, where Metroid Fusion was, I think, a little too linear for a lot of people, where Metroid Fusion had everything nailed down except the map structure, and the map structure was never really as good as it should have been. But Zero Mission really kind of corrected for that, where it's based on the original Metroid, but there are a lot of secret pathways that are deliberately there, and to a much greater extent than any of the other 2D games. So, the one-way panels are not just facing outwards. You'd have to pull the clown car over to the side, and I don't think you'd be able to do that from what I'm looking at. Actually, no, this one you probably can, because you could tail it off onto the side. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. So, for example, if we drop the boot here, yeah, this guy is obtainable. So that's a good call there. And then we have a second boot that spawns here as well. Whoops. Notice that the bomb drop does happen when you're in the boot as well, and with the fire car. That's stuff that we do know, I think, but we'll just try to drag this over here and grab the shot. Yeah, the bomb's going to blow up before it takes the shot, so let's just drop the boot instead. Get the shot. No, it's going to need the charge shot, so in order to do the charge shot, we need to do something else. What do we do in order to get a charge shot? That's an interesting question. Because I thought that would probably do the trick, but we'll have to rethink that, because I think maybe there's something else we're missing here. Possibly involving whatever this gets me. I mean, we have the boot, we can just run this. Yes, big boot, okay. So, this is interesting, because I think the implication is that the big boot, yes, because it creates the giant clown car when you drop a large object. That's going to do what we want, because the large clown car is going to make the powerful shot. Really interesting use of this mechanic. I haven't quite seen this, I don't think, as a puzzle, at least not in this specific form. We've seen a lot of boots before, of course. I can also still grab the big boot if I just want it again for some reason. We might as well. It's a powerful item. Yeah, bomb is going to give me the boot here right away. Okay. Now we can get through here with the key. Oh, okay, no, you're actually blocked off from taking the big boot through, so let's take the small boot. And even so, with that one tile gap there, we'll see what's going on when I try to wander in there underwater. Yeah, should work, and it does. I'm going to bounce around a little too much there as we get into this location and approach the Pokey, which... Okay, so this is going to be a fight where we have to kill the Pokey in order to unblock the red pipe and activate the on-off switch with the bomb. Then the clown car is going to shoot this bomb and drop us down to the lower level. In order to do that, we need to drag the Pokey all the way down to the bottom level. And then probably take an arrow shot or something. We're going to need to do this in a better position than that, I think. You know, that's fine, actually, because the Pokey... Yeah, we need to get out of the boot, first of all. The boot is actually going to get in my way, because I can't fire the arrow while I'm in it. We take the Pokey down a few layers at a time until we lop off its head. Once we lop off its head, then we have the ability to get the clown car to do what we want. Let's shoot this accurately. Firing arrow shots is the hardest part about this. Nope, especially because you're bobbing up and down out of water. We have 80 seconds to get this fight and get over to the next checkpoint. Ah, there we go. Entity block is just going to take that out right away, as I should have anticipated. Nice, and that's the second of the 3 dungeon coins. So, kind of a mix between a multi-checkpoint structure and a series of smaller Zelda dungeons that are broken down. So, we're going to have 60 seconds remaining. Not really enough time to do the next segment, whatever it is, but eventually... I kind of wonder, though, if you grab a key and then you come back out... Well, I mean, you'd eventually have to match the keys anyway. Like, if you grabbed a key from one dungeon, came back without completing it, and then just went through a different door in the main area. I was wondering what that would do. But it looks like we're at 4 coins already. And... yeah, we'll be respawning at that checkpoint. We've done all this stuff already with Clown Car. I wonder if the Clown Car will get me anything else. We've looked over at the skewer segment. We have not done anything with this door. But when you respawn, I think it's possible to just go through a dungeon. Ah, I see. Yeah. It'll be something related to the Shelmet here. Because I'm wondering, what's stopping him from grabbing a key in one of the existing dungeons and just popping right back out? Oh, probably because the key placements are late enough in the bosses that it's one way by that point. You can't just escape back through the dungeon entrance. Maybe, because there are some keys in the initial areas that just get you through, and which you would be able to bring back to the main area once you respawned, so... Just gonna think about this for a moment. I think it's very clear that we need to lead an entity over to right side, such that the trampoline will be blocked. Power-up probably isn't going to do the trick. I haven't played too many Terminator levels that I automatically think about doing this, but power-ups will be on a different budget, so I don't think this will... You're right. And it isn't. Didn't think so. Okay, let's get back here. And don't really know what the skulls are doing for me. But the fact that the Boo Ring has not yet scattered in the Clown Car is something that's potentially useful. So, for example, if we take out the blocks under the Clown Car, but then come back and respawn the Clown Car, we may be able to lead it downwards towards us. Because it's here, when we get into this initial position, when a sword drops, that the Boos all scatter. But we don't need to drop them. We can blow this up and we can come back here and respawn the boos. And I think respawning the boos is actually what we want to go for. So we can come back out and just drop in through some other door or pipe and just... If there is a way to reload into this room. I don't see a way to reload gracefully unless we do the whole Muncher interaction on the left, which we'll do. Or we can just come back here and respawn the boos this way. No, because... Yeah, Clown Car's already gone, so... Oh, this guy here. Didn't think about him. This is probably something relevant. I wonder if the Muncher was here before the boos scattered, because if this was also entity blocked, then maybe we would be able to come through here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be Dungeon 3, this thing that looks like a Goron head almost. So we'll need to find some way to get back into that location, probably just by transferring through the door on the right. That's likely to be the easiest way to go about that. But I'm still thinking, as a first point of consideration, leading the Boo car all the way over here. I think it can be done. But it does make me wonder about this red pipe up here, whether that's going to be the entrance we want. Also, it's very clear to me now that these bricks actually have vines inside them and respawn, so that's not going to be the answer either. If, however, we find some way to preserve a P activation such that we... Oh, no, I know. This Muncher can be removed and bumped up here if we had the Buzzy Helmet. So the order is going to be getting the Buzzy Helmet first and then coming back to this door. So the question right now is, how do we get the Buzzy Helmet? And we'll have to figure this out, because tapping this isn't going to quite do the trick. We do need to come back here with some kind of entity block, it's very clear to me. Maybe the Clown Car by itself will suffice, in fact, if we just... Have I even tried to drive it over there? I don't think I have. Let's just drive it over there and see what happens. I feel like I was missing the obvious here. How do we get it? Well, we'll find out. And okay. We should be able to fly through here. With difficulty, but... should be able to do it. Doing it in a timely fashion, of course, is a different question entirely. Slide through here, let the skewer go, and we drive across. This should unblock the pipe. I'm reasonably confident. No, it doesn't. Okay. I think we need to drop something in here. Some other object. To make that happen. Either that, or we... that's obviously not what to do. Yeah, no, the coin is placed there because when you obtain the shell, it gives you the success chime. That's obviously not how to do it. I never really understood what this spike ball was doing. I don't think. I think it's just a hazard. Well, we know we can obtain the boot somewhere in this segment. We know we can take it with us back to the other place. I really do feel like we need to blow up the brick somehow in order to lead the Boo car over. That's the thing that has the highest potential, I think, from everything that we've seen so far. Either that, or we need to find some way to Well, let's see here. Got coins. Yeah, this will eventually be the exit, once we've grabbed all of the pink coins. But somehow we need to transfer that over. Also, let's activate these guys just to see what happens. Probably not much. Oh, interesting. Interesting. They're going to remain loaded because they're on tracks. Oh, that's very neat. How does this work? You send 4 skull platforms over, and how would that create the block? It would be probably with loading something slightly off-screen a few tiles down, such that you have an extra item that is loaded in this location slightly off-screen. I think that's what's going on there. We are out of time, but we know how to do it now. This is really cool, by the way. Just to have this little rotating antenna be activated, I guess. Neat solution. We're not going to enjoy it for very long before we have to redo it. But we'll be back here shortly afterwards. Okay, we'll just go back there and we'll be able to do that soon. Whoops. And let's drop in. We don't really need to recycle the checkpoint. No, because, yeah, we just need to exit out the other door, in fact. So, never mind. I do see how this works, though. That eventually, you come back to this checkpoint room in the on state. Once you've grabbed everything, I think. And then the blue pipe that we've never gone through yet is what will eventually get you through to the ending. I think that's what's implied there. Very interesting checkpoint structure. Anyway, let's activate all of the skulls. I don't know if it's just one particular skull that needs to be activated to get this to work, but there is some kind of off-screen object moving that is doing this, I think. Maybe. Unless it's just the skull wraps themselves that are doing the unblocking. Which may actually be the case. I have to remember all my item budget rules while I'm in the middle of playing these, considering how heavily that is used mechanically as part of the gating system. Anyway, let's get the Muncher Bump. Here we go. Interestingly enough, I think it is possible to bring the shoe all the way here. Not that we have a particular reason to do it, but nice that the conveyor belt saves me the trouble of trying to position myself. Okay. Come through here. We have to bump this guy. Oh wait, no. I misunderstood that. We have to bump him through and go all the way up. All the way up? No, not all the way. Just part way. And yeah, both of these we can bump. I don't know if the order is particularly going to matter here. Let's just do that. We can check both, actually. Looks like a P-switch activation will eventually block them off from spawning. I see what's going on here, that the key is located up there, but we need to block this muncher from spawning using a P-switch activation first, probably from wherever we're going through this pipe here. Looks like I'm supposed to change hats. So we'll do that. I don't really know what this symbolic system is all about. We've seen that in a lot of the previous key item rooms with the P-switch, etc. That's Oh, it's a treasure chest. Yes, that's what it is. It's a shut treasure chest, and then you open the treasure chest, and then you get the... no, it is a treasure chest where this is the side, and this is the kind of curve, and then this is the wide section. So when you open a treasure chest, you get the key item of the dungeon. So previously it was a P-switch or something else, and a big boot, and then now it's the shellmet, the spiny shell. Yeah. You know, playing a 2D game like this, I often forget to read some of the artwork in 3D, which is very neat when it happens, but I think often it goes unappreciated when I just don't notice it. Okay, we are going to have some kind of bumping or moving interaction here, I'm sure. Except I can't shield in midair, so something else is going to happen with the Muncher. I can just kill it. See if it unblocks anything. Okay, it looks like bomb activation is going to drop the Muncher onto the P-switch. The way to get the bomb activation is to send something up here that's going to ignite it or otherwise crush it or do something. So we'll have to think about it. Something has to be moved up there. And yeah, we'll have the opportunity to bomb this location. Yeah, we need to guide the fire up. That's going to go all the way up. And then do we need to do anything else to guide it? Or do I just follow it? Yeah, so we got rid of this Muncher, which would have blocked it. But then it would have fallen down here if we had let it run its natural course, and then it would have shot up. So we just needed to follow it, not kill it. I think we have created the correct path for it already, so... And it looks like you have the ability to switch helmets too, if you need. Okay, no, that's not going to quite go where I want until... Yeah, that's just going to get trapped completely, actually, if you look at the panels. So that's wrong. We need some way to deflect it over. Let's just reset this for a moment. So yeah, we need to create a pathway. Now, how do I do that? I would need to obstruct it with something. Well, let's go back here and just try it out. I don't know why I had killed this Muncher earlier, in fact. Maybe it was some kind of entity lock that no longer applies. I don't know about this Muncher. But yeah, as you can see, this is just going to continue along a loop here. Bounce back and forth. And if we kill this, then this comes down here and it totally misses this track here. Which implies to me that I need it to collide with something else perhaps that will drop it immediately on this track so it can be sent back up. Either that, or... Yeah, because the thing we don't want to have happen is for it to deflect towards... I see. No. So this is clear here. We needed to use the shellmet, the Buzzy shellmet, to bump the Muncher on the left all the way up here so we block off this location. If we block off this location, then we are, I think, able to position it in such a way that it will get the fire back into the proper track. So I think that's going to be the idea. We have access to the spiny shell again later if needed. And in fact, we will need it when we want to bump the upper muncher and kill it entirely. So we need to respawn into this room through the pipe, such that I can do the muncher bump on the left side. So. Yeah, interesting that after giving you the key item, you do, of course, have access to the spiny shell in this area as well. Looks like that's going to be the interaction there. And we're out of time, so we'll just loop back here anyway. So, but we figured out a lot of things. Yeah, once again, don't really know if we need to send all 4, but we'll just do it. Okay, going to make our way back over, going to grab the Buzzy helmet, and we'll just proceed from there. And through we go. Okay. Now we bump the muncher, get back into the dungeon that we're doing the third, although, as I noted very early on, the neat thing about this level is that you can do them in a non-linear order, that the item dependency is not really strict in terms of which one you choose to do at any given time, so. That was, of course, kind of a minor part of the original Legend of Zelda, and then just disappeared for the longest time until A Link Between Worlds. Sometimes you could do 1 or 2 dungeons in alternate orders in some of the later Zelda games. I remember that being the case with Phantom Hourglass, at least. And perhaps some other ones as well. But the dungeon order seemed to get stricter with time, in most cases, as the games became a little more linear. Now I can grab this if I come back here, but I think the first interaction we want is going to be with the Buzzy Shell, so we'll just do the Buzzy Shell first. Get it into position. Okay. Yeah, now we are going to switch over to the Spiny Hat and then bump that guy. Just kill him entirely. So, just going to come here, bump that. Down we go. And knock this out with the bomb. And let's see if this is going to work. Yes, it's no. No, because we need to block this, probably with myself, actually. I shield in this position, and that should, in fact, work. So let's peel this off, switch back to the Buzzy helmet, and redo that. So the thing about those deflection angles is that they're hard enough to see that you can't always predict how it's going to go, unless you have a really good eye for how the slopes are going to interact. I mean, if you just looked at this visually, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell which locations needed to be blocked. Unless you just made a good prediction based on the structure of the layout. Notice that there is, once again, a vine inside that block, allowing it to respawn and force to bomb. Oh no, we did things out of order. That's okay. We'll just bump this way out of the way. No, that's going to be a problem. I do need to kill it. Let's redo this. Okay, back down we go. All the way up. Switch to something a little spinier. And knock this guy out. Now we do this. So this time I'm going to lead the fire all the way up, and then I'm going to shield in that slot that I can drop into. And that should do it. I need to do this faster. Nope. Too slow. Just had a little bit of awkwardness there with the swimming. We still have 200 seconds to get this straight and hopefully get into the boss room and clear it. Otherwise we'll be here a bit longer. Okay. Up here. Then we'll drop back in. Kill this guy, and let's do this a little bit more cleanly this time and just outpace the fire if I can. Notice that we haven't spawned it yet. Okay, now we're going to go. Move all the way up. Let's get into position nice and early. And hope this works. Great, back on track. Really great how everything just lines up exactly to make the solution work the way it does. The P switch is going to activate, and then what happens? I have no idea what happens. Because I don't know where to get a key. However, interesting that there's stars in that location. What was I trying to do with the P switch? Switch gives me what? I was so fixated on getting the P-switch activated. I think I needed to... Oh, yeah, no, the P-switch needs to activate because we go back through this room, and then that's the muncher block that eventually gives me access to the key. Okay, yeah, I remember now. I've just been at this room for so long that I'd forgotten what I was doing with any of that. And we now have 100 seconds left, so I may need to redo all this again anyway, but... we do have the solution. I just need to piece it together one element at a time. You can see why the block obstructing the Podoboo does in fact respawn the brick with the vine inside it, such that it remains trapped in that location until you set everything up just the way you like it. So yeah, after the P activation, we'll go immediately into the red pipe and try to get across all the way back to the original location. Man, you have to go? Yeah, you do have a good day. Okay, let's go. 40 seconds. I will likely have to do this again, depending on the boss that has passed wherever this key goes. Okay, let's go down. Yeah, look at all the munchers here, some of them previously blocked. And then, let's just take a look at the rest of the structure here. We have the key. No, we don't come up through here. I think the key door was actually... yes, no, it was on the top right in the second segment, so I made a big mistake here. But that's okay. We'll pow everything. Actually, you know what? We'll just... probably just wait some of this out. Yeah, the muncher stacking removes 3 out of 4 munchers. Just because some of them were in the loose stack. Okay, we know what to do now. Should be able to put that together somewhat quickly. And yeah, Captain Redbeard, this is very neat. So yeah, this is a Zelda overworld with 3 dungeons in it. And so we've done 2 out of 3. We were just about out of the 3rd one. And I'll actually take a moment to punch into code in chat so people can join in on this one if they want. I believe this is it. Okay, so yeah, a lot of interesting entity gate tricks all over the place here. Pretty relaxed experience, it's just that I've been taking too long to execute on some of the solutions, and so we've had a couple of resets. But it's really nice to have a level on this scale. Because as we've talked about many times before in this stream, it seemed like levels with this kind of structure really fell out of fashion in Mario Maker 2 compared to the first game. At least if you're mainly paying attention to the viewer level seen on Twitch, for instance, where levels of this length and scale don't really get much airplay for obvious reasons. Which is exactly why I like to show them off in their own separate session where we can give them the time they deserve. So, 3 munchers down to the left, we'll just tap our way through that gate. And we'll see about this. Okay, so, yeah, I need to bump this guy. Through we go to the treasure chest and the midpoint item, which we're going to ignore because we have access to it on the other side, as I now am aware. And yeah, up we go. Whoops. Not quite. Now we do need to grab this one here. Okay. Yeah, everything's fine. Spawn to fire. Lead it up, get into position, and wait. And we get the P-switch activation and head over to the key. Okay, that's all going to activate just fine. So through we go. Okay, going to poke that guy in the eye. And then we go back through here. That's what I now remembered about the key structure. Now, the intro text said something about the key death mechanism after you grab the last coin. Looks like it is perhaps vulnerable to a timeout in a certain location, but anyway, here's a Triforce room with a wiggler in it. We are supposed to kill it, of course, just to unblock the pipe, as we've done before. Not exactly sure what the interaction is going to be here, actually, unless we can poke it through. I think we do need to poke it through, in fact. There we go. Let's be very careful here. Yeah, it looks like they were stacked, perhaps. Or... what's going on here? Yes, there we go. So we're going to grab the key. I wonder how vulnerable this is to timeout at this point. Or how the key death mechanism would have been designed to accommodate any of that. We'll have to think about that. I don't want to test it right now as we're so far in. But yeah, I guess we have everything collected at this point. It has something to do with the collection of the first coin, I think. I'm just thinking about how that mechanism would be set up. I didn't pay enough attention to the placement of the first coin before we entered the dungeons to really say much about that. We're getting squished. Let's get out of here and grab the sword. On the other side, of course. Let's not get trapped by the stun lock. I feel like we're able to deflect our way out of fire and send it back. Although it's just going to go back this way. Okay, let's go and try the deflection. No, that just kills it because it's more than fire. It doesn't work quite the same way as the Podoboos. I think we just need to bump him from underneath. Perhaps. Yeah, there we go. Bump him from underneath. Shield our way out. Bump him again. There we go. Pretty simple. Entity block is going to destroy the bomb, open the gates. Nice little mechanism there as we grab the Triforce. And that's going to be it. Nice little house at the end with its little chimney and everything. Is your safe haven underwater. So, okay, we've got a 56-minute clear. That's pretty far from the record. You'll notice that the record was also not done in a single segment and did need to push past checkpoint just a little bit. I kind of wonder, since we have all the solutions, whether we can get reasonably close to it. I don't know if I want to spend the time to do it right this moment, but on the other hand, everything is fresh in memory, so... Clear check time, however, was 8 minute 10, 8 minute 11. So that's going to be really tight. Considering that the clear check time is itself just under the limit, we could try to make a stab at it, but I think it's probably pretty decently optimized in that... Well, maybe we could still make a reasonable run at trying to beat the current record. 50 clears or so. I kind of get the feeling that people just haven't necessarily tried. But I also know that I'm a fairly sloppy player, so... we'd have to think about that. Reset timer after dungeons with lava. Reset timer after dungeons with lava? I don't understand, but it probably has something to do with the key death mechanism. I just have to ask the developer about it afterwards, I think. Let's make a stab at it. I'm not going to spend too much time trying this, but I do want to see how close we get with an initial attempt. And then we'll move on to a different one after this. Like I said, I'm imprecise enough about this sort of thing that I doubt this will be a good run. But we'll go for the clown car first. Drop this in. Okay. Drop the bomb. We kind of know what the route is going to be here. Whoops. Already being very suboptimal about it. But then we'll drop this for the POW activation. Head down right away. And do the P-switch dungeon, which shouldn't be too difficult to work with, given that we understand how it flows. And yeah, I mean, I need to be careful not to lose too much time on the bosses, obviously, or on other execution mistakes like we had earlier. I need to drive pretty precisely. And pick this guy up. Be careful with the robot guardian over here, so we don't do that. Yeah, gonna lose a bit of time, but thankfully not too much, given that interaction there just now. Okay. Here we go. Grab the key, and then we'll move on up. Now we'll need to play this one cleaner than I did before. Okay. Okay, not quite, but the friendly fire was actually going to be pretty cooperative there. Is the gate going to open for me? Yes, it is. Okay, 150 seconds to get that one done, so... Depending on how quickly we can do the boot interaction later with the thwomp. That looks like the thing that's probably the biggest threat in terms of getting this done in one segment. If we want to go for a record time, though, I could also just take to death after 2 dungeons if I am not confident at all that I would be able to do things any faster. It would be kind of a cheap way of trying to score the time, but making use of a checkpoint that way would still work. I am kind of curious about the key death mechanism at all, as well, but I don't think we'll try that on this run, necessarily. Okay. Kind of feel like making use of both keeping the Shelmet and the boot might be necessary to do a properly planned run. Which this is not. But we'll get through here and see how things go. Nope. Too much imprecision all over this. But we'll bump this guy out. Now let's not mess this part up, given how much time I lost to it earlier. Drop in. Push this all the way up. Kill the other one. And yeah, we're fairly efficient about the boss. This should hopefully go well. We were not very efficient about the bomb here, but let's release this. Speed through. Yeah, I think I actually will go for a death after second coin. Did I... Oh no, I didn't get in range of the bomb, okay. Oh yes I did, okay. Just a poor sense of timing there. Okay, about 300 seconds into this so far. Let's grab the key. Wrap our way back down. Yeah, I think single segment run is not happening, but we can try to just go for the record the other way. Kind of wonder if keeping the spiny shell out of this would actually have done anything progression-wise to speed things up. Red Knight, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And, okay, that's going to get me through. Yeah, so I cleared this level already. I'm just trying to route it through to see if we can beat the existing speed record, since the existing speed record is actually extremely generous. Ah, that's what it's telling me about the lava, okay. So rather than going for an attempt at doing it in one segment, I'll just... Oh, interesting. So that's how the pipe control is going to work, to set everything into the off state immediately. Yeah, so we had about 130 left going into that last attempt, and we have one of the remaining parts to go, the part with the boot. So, it seemed a lot easier to speed back here this way. And we'll see. Still don't know what this spike ball is all about after all this time. But let's map this out properly. Yeah, I think that existing record is going to be a bit difficult, but... Favorite game of E3, Metroid Dread. No question about it. Been thinking about it all day. Oh, I need to redo the thwomp here somehow. Wait, what's the most efficient way to redo the thwomp? It's the most efficient pathway. Despawn? Can I? No, not far enough. Okay, losing way too much time on this one. Okay, losing way too much time. I think record might not stand just because of the thwomp mistake there. But yeah, very excited for Metroid. For sure. It's going to be a major event for me. I will, of course, be streaming it. That is absolutely the plan. Oh, nope. Yeah, no, this attempt is totally blown. Totally blown. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get anywhere close to record at this point. Which at least allows me... Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a second attempt at this, but first I'm going to see what the key death mechanism is, because I'm really curious about how it's set up here. And in order to do that, we do need to complete the final part first. I feel like next time, I'm going to complete this segment earlier, because, well, we took the death anyway, but... Because completing that first before we hit the checkpoints will allow me to do a better record push, perhaps. Because I feel like single segment time is not going to happen, but I can actually post a decent time if I just take a death intentionally. So yeah, like I was saying earlier in the stream and to other people earlier in the day, it's kind of like having 2D Metroid and Advance Wars in some form was just my E3 wishlist year after year. And so it was kind of interesting that we just got that. I also thought that between those and WarioWare, it was almost like this was unofficially just the direct for the 20th anniversary of the Game Boy Advance, which you know, that might not have that might not have been how it was advertised, but that's certainly how it felt. That it was the big comeback for GBA generation. And all of the fond memories that people have of that system. Which, considering how short-lived the GBA actually was, before the DS supplanted it, it really was just an incredible device when it came to the library. Just a remarkable run of games over a very short span of time, now that we look back at it. Okay, if I keep the boot going in here, I'm in much better shape, I think. I don't remember why I wanted this car. Yes, before the ice segment later on. Okay, so... yeah, I think next time I definitely want to do this part of the dungeon first. Because otherwise it just takes too long to do everything. I don't know if I really will put in a serious speedrun. It's just that I'm looking at the record at this level. The record is currently almost 10 minutes. It felt like it was something that I could plausibly approach. Here I'm just checking to see what the key death mechanism is, though, because I'm very curious. It's probably something off-screen that I can't see, but related, perhaps, to the on-off switch reset, where perhaps the key death mechanism works this way, that because of the entity blockage of having at least the first coin, or having the coin that's by the checkpoint, what I'm guessing happens is that when you take key death, it does not switch everything back to the off state, and it sends you directly to the final area using the blue pipe. That's what I would expect, but I do want to see it myself just to see how this is going to go. Yeah, we don't want to grab the boot for this fight. Actually, no, the boot gets in the way, I think. You would have liked Prime 4 even more? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I love Metroid Prime, but I actually kind of feel like at this stage that 2D Metroid and Metroid 5, or Metroid Dread specifically, is actually a bigger deal to me in some ways. I kind of expect that, you know, with Prime having been going so long, that the next Prime is, first of all, likely to kind of play it safe relative to something like, say, Echoes, which was very experimental. And secondly, that the stuff that we associate with the design landmarks of Metroid Prime are much more taken for granted, much more common in the industry these days. So things like the scan visor, for instance, which was really a very technically impressive feat back in the GameCube era. Things like the visor system in terms of just having different kinds of visibility layers for everything in the game. Like, that stuff is much more expected these days when everything just has detective vision, you know? So let me just take the key death here. I want to see what this mechanism is, but I bet it's just going to send me through the blue pipe, which is going to take me somewhere. And yeah, you can see it gives me the sword, it gives me a key, and it sends me through the blue pipe. So that's exactly how it's going to work. So let me just restart this whole thing. It also gives me, because we're starting in a red state, it gives me all of the items I want right off the start, which is interesting because it means that if we intentionally take the death, we actually get fully powered going into the final fight here. Okay, he's gonna go down one step at a time. We just need to endure this. So yeah, I may do one more attempt on this afterwards just to try to map out a fast road. This will not be anywhere close to record time, obviously. This will be well over the 10-minute mark. Okay, fine, we'll take that. Just need him to go down so we can start bumping him. Come on. And then we just defend ourselves against fire. And there we go. Okay. There we go. Let's see how close we got. I'm probably still a few minutes off. That's what I'm expecting. Like I said, though, not going to make a really serious effort at it because I have other dungeons on my list that I do want to play. So yeah, I was about 4 minutes off, but that's with that additional reset, with playing around with the key death, with a lot of fumbles along the way. I think it's doable. If I don't even bother trying to go for a single segment and just try to reset quickly. Maybe. Because if I reset, I would just respawn at the key location, not the key location, but the pipe location anyway, so that doesn't really save any time unless I know that I'm, say, 2 segments down and don't want to even risk timeout. So I think what I'll do then, in order to try this, is I'll do the hardest segment first. The hardest segment is going to be the one with the boot, in terms of reliability. And so we'll go for that side. And we'll see. I don't need to play perfectly. I feel like I can afford to have a little bit of imprecision as long as there's nothing disastrous. And still make a reasonable attempt here to snatch the record from Pink Tops. Yeah, stalling a little bit already from not remembering some of the layout. So yeah, last time we made a mistake with activating the Thwomp when I should have ridden the conveyor belt all the way. Because that led to a huge room reset here. Although Thwomp will be activated on our way over anyway, I think. Okay, losing too much time, but at least the Thwomp stayed in position. So yeah, clearly not optimized, but I just want to take the record because I feel like, once again, that it had not really been seriously attempted. Okay. This part will be a little bit risky just because of possibility of losing the boot, but that's why I'm doing this first, so I can just reset the clock if needed. Yeah, the best way to activate a Thwomp there is just to bump directionally. That's fine, I don't care about that guy. We can just speed through. Yeah, by just walking to the left or right in those areas where you've dipped into the spikes, that's enough to activate the Thwomp. Okay, lead the car out, then we reclaim it. And then we smash up the ice, grab the big boot. Okay. Doing all right here. Loot this from the treasure chest. Now we drop this one and lead the target over here. And we don't actually need to boot. It is just going to get in the way in this fight. Lead it down. Okay, lead it down. Yeah, this one's going badly. I was able to get the Pokey in fewer cycles previously, but my aiming is not great. So this will be the biggest risk, I think, to the record. So at this point, we spent about 200 seconds. Not good. But it's probably possible to do one more here. We'll do the P-switch side because that's probably going to be easiest. And then we'll reset from that checkpoint. Okay, going to, no, not go here. But yeah, we should be able to do 2 segments at once. No, I messed this up completely. This is a total wash. I guess we can see how close we get. Yeah, it's not going to be super efficient, but we'll try to make it happen. Nope, need to drop the bomb. Yeah, just really difficult to stay consistent over this long stretch of time, which is why I'm usually not a speedrunner in any fashion. This should be doable quickly, though. 240 left. Should have just done an arrow shot here. If I were serious about getting this done quickly. Spawn the car. And yeah, this is going to be the POW drop area. Drop the POW, lead it up, lead it through the robot claws. Nope. Yeah, no, this is a disaster. I feel like I might just want to restart this attempt. Because at this point, this is not going to be close. That's okay. We'll clean it up a bit. I feel like it's absolutely within reach if I just make a decent effort at it. Okay. Nth tries to charm. Usually N+1, I would say, is to charm. In my experience. N+1 tends to go a lot better than attempt N. Okay. Let's not activate the thwomp too early. This segment's always a bit of a risk. Anyway, that's going to be fine. Now that we know the safer method for activating the thwomp from down below, I feel like we're in much better shape. So I'm just pressing left there to bump my way up. And actually, I was able to just take damage in this segment here. But this will save me the trouble of... Oh, you know what? No, I need to get out anyway. Fine. So, the optimal method there is just to take damage through the thwomp, in fact. Okay. Grab this guy. Drop. Lead. And grab. There we go. Okay, fly very inaccurately. And then we'll get up here. Good enough, it worked. Okay, so we're looking at 380 on the clock at this point. Let's see how we do. I think I was about 250 on the clock when I finished this segment previously. So we're ahead. But we need to not make too many spectacular mistakes along the way. And just have a better fight with the Pokey overall, in terms of targeting accuracy. Yeah, lead it all the way down. Okay, down, 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 down we go. Okay, standing there in that location seems to go quite a bit better. Still not as accurate as it can be, though. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. So yeah, well ahead of how we were doing previously. Trying to mentally work out what a previous record would have been in terms of seconds. It's okay, we'll just sit right up here. Down we go. And then we'll just get to drop over here. And let's not mess this up too much with the P-switch. And the whole POW escort, which seems to go much worse when we're in a rush. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't try to get a shot, is because we are not starting on ground. Okay, down we go. Spawn this guy. Bump around this corner very awkwardly. Position. Now let's lead this up carefully. Not carefully. This is actually going much worse. It's okay, drop it. Drop it. Nope. Yeah, this is something I didn't have trouble with previously. I managed to get it on the first try, the first time I did this section, and so I got very complacent about how this was going to go. That's okay. That's okay. Didn't lose too much time. We can expect some mistakes. Okay, let's just bomb this out of the way. Grab the key, come back up. $170 seconds. Yeah, we will definitely be taking a death after this fight. Okay. Drop it in this slot here. Okay. Nope. Disaster. It was going so well. See, this is why I'm not a speedrunner. It's not really a good match for my playstyle. But sometimes you just see a record that looks very available and you just can't resist trying. Okay. But yeah, totally complacent about that segment because it just seemed like the easy part from earlier attempts. Bit of a lag time before that pops up. That's what blue pipes do to you, I guess. Also probably just something else going on there as well, in terms of the entity blockage. And we'll slip our way down here. Red Knight, how are the Nuzlocke runs going, by the way? Are you still pushing the leaderboard on those? Oh yeah, this is the part where taking damage is optimal, so let's do it. Okay. And let's tap this. Also, Redbeard, I guess this was the weekend that you did the announcement puzzle level, from what you were telling me, so you let me know how that went, whether it turned out to be a moment that was as charming as we all expected. Okay, I'm going to get in here, hop through, and back we go. And got close with 30 last week. Yeah, you've got a personal best that's already in the 30s, right? Or am I mistaken? I remember you were really kind of pushing a decent personal best. But yeah, from what I've seen of people who stream the Nuzlocke runs, it really falls apart quite quickly, doesn't it? That's... everything seems to be going well, and then you just hit that one level that doesn't even look that interesting or challenging, and it just gets in there and wrecks you. 36 was your record, exactly. Yeah, I remember you telling me that you were third place on a board or something at the time, but then I know that the records have been pushed up to the 50s or 60s pretty quickly by the usual suspects, Roru and Blue Chocobo and so on. Okay, 320 coming out of that room. Not terrible, but we'll need to do this segment a lot better. Okay. You polished one of the puzzles and got rid of a soft block. Yeah. I'm trying to think about where the lock was. Oh, yeah, I think I remember. Vaguely. Having played this, what, 2 weeks ago? But yeah, glad it went over well. It was definitely something that seemed designed for a bit of a social party experience. I think escape rooms in general in a social, local couch co-op setting must be interesting. I haven't done them that way before, but it's kind of an interesting form of participation for people who do not have their hands on a controller. The way that you see with viewers on the stream, of course, but I think it's a little different in a live couch co-op environment. Yeah, let's be really careful about this. Oh, much better, much better. So much better. Okay, now let's not blow the fight. Because we're going to be about a minute ahead of how we were doing previously. Okay. So, the idea is that I'm going to bomb the blue mecha right away, I think, and then we'll just need to aim a little better for the red one. Okay. Get into position. Great, great. Alright, that went extremely well. We're going to take the death immediately. 190 seconds, it really feels like the last segment would be doable, but I don't want to risk it and just get a timeout. So we'll just take the extra seconds to do the respawn. So I had 187 on the clock. Let me think about that. 187 on the clock. So I had expended 3:20, so that's 6 minute. Well, about 6 minute 13 so far. So I have about, say, 3 minute 30 to do the rest. And so I want probably about 200 on the clock on this attempt to be safe. Okay. And that's just to beat the existing record of about 9 minute 45. I think it's doable. As long as this segment is not a complete disaster in terms of doing things out of order or taking damage in the wrong corner. Okay, let's do the trampoline locking system here. So as long as I'm not careless from impatience, which happens alarmingly often, I should be able to do this. So yeah, this releases this location. Let's be cautious here. Yeah, Electrodude, thank you for the lurk. And Redbeard, I'll read what you're saying about escape rooms in just a moment. Let's get through this pipe transition first. Ideally done with a group? Yeah. I've tended to solo a lot of escape rooms when I playtest, but I know that that's kind of a rarity. That most people who do them on puzzle streams do try to do it with a bit more participation. So it's not just one person staring at things and getting tunnel vision for many minutes at a time. Because sometimes you do need somebody with a different perspective or a different knowledge base to recognize patterns or come up with ideas that might be very blind to yourself. Okay. Take damage here. Let's not lose too much time to hesitation here. But we'll do everything in the correct order and we'll make sure the bomb activates promptly this time. Probably should have bombed this first, but no. To be careful, we needed to make sure everything is done in its own time. Yeah, I hadn't thought about trying to play any of those over Zoom. That's would be a very different kind of co-op experience. Okay, let's not fluff this lock over here. Need to come over here quite quickly to get the P to block Muncher, allowing me to get up to the key. 350 on the clock. I think I can do it. As long as I don't have too much trouble with the bosses. But these are simpler bosses than the ones we had seen previously, so I'm quite confident that this run will do the trick. Spent way too much time on this, but it's a fun one. It's a very ambitious level. Okay, last wiggler will beat a 1. There we go. Let's not die to the saw blade, that would be terrible. Also notice that currently I don't have access to the final items. I'll need to play decently on the final boss because I'm not given the benefit of the extra shell and boot. But if we do it within about 100 seconds, I should be fine. I'm also just going to let him get all 3 of the initial stops down first, I think, before I try to shield. No, let's shield. Let's play it safe. This will be a bit of waiting, but hopefully not an additional 80 seconds of waiting. And yeah, if I stand in the middle, that's actually safer because then I can shield out of the fire and I don't get hit by the projectiles. Let's avoid stun lock. Just bump him as much as possible. Okay, 2 hits. I think I'll do it. Current record, like I said, is about 945. From what I'm reading, we should have it. As long as I don't die before the flag. Okay. Go, go, go. And how are we doing? I believe that should be world record. Well, that just happened. I'm going to do this again some other time. I mean, it's good to have it fresh in my memory, but I also wanted to play some other levels today. I will make another crack at this, I think. But, we'll play some other stuff first. It might end up being a bad idea because it's best when these things are fresh in memory. But, you know, after being 3 seconds off like that, that's unfortunate. But at least we know what the benchmarks are. I wonder why I miscalculated by saying that I would have enough time left at about 200 on the clock. Yeah, no, I definitely miscalculated somewhere. But that's what happens when you just do this in your head. Well, alright. Let's try something else. So yeah, we've only seen 2 levels so far. We've seen a smaller dungeon and this larger one by Miss Yarrow, but I had a whole pile of other codes that I wanted to get through, so let's punch one in. So this is something that had come up recently from somebody whose puzzles I was playing about a week or 2 ago. Last week, I think. So this is Terramus, who does a lot of things like one-screen puzzles and some other concepts like that. And this one came up in May, has a great number of plays on it already, including a world record by f prime of x squared equals 3/4 to 1/3. Does it oh well, I kind of want to plot that. But let's not. Actually, no, I mean, because f prime of x squared there is just equal to a constant, so no matter what the value of x is there, it looks like it would just be a flat line, right? Let's not think too hard about that. Journey inside the mechanisms of Divine Beast of Mecha Koopa. Version 3. Well, version 3's stuck around since May, so looks like it should be fairly robust. Let's take a look. And yeah, Redbeard, going back to what you were saying, I mean, I don't tend to watch much of Pooh when he's live, but I know he does escape rooms, but I hadn't sort of considered that as somebody with 1,000 helpers. You know, how do you even read the chat for that kind of thing, right? Like, wouldn't you get into some issues with just too many conflicting suggestions? Or anyway, we're going to enter the head of the Koopa dungeon here, and it's going to be Mecha Koopas. More enemies in this dungeon already than most of the Divine Beasts in Breath of the Wild itself, which I remember to be fairly sparse. What are we going for? We're just trying to go for the pipe at the end. So we'll just punch these guys out. Eventually, when there is a state switch here, I wonder what that gets me. Possibly just something spawning that is currently blocked. But you see that the P is an indicator of the map on the right side. Probably the spike is being used to indicate the boss room. Some kind of rotational marker going on here. Oh, maybe it's like the Divine Beasts in that you rotate the layout. That would be interesting. Anyway, so we came in through this side. It drops me in immediately, so nothing to do there. Let's go up and see what happens here. Okay. You've just got a couple of switches that will eventually lead me to the other pipe. We start this room in the off state. Let's see what happens when we get the glitch sound effect. Oh, I see. I haven't really mapped this out very much so far. I think if I drop a bomb and I tap it... Oh, no, not like that. Never mind. We'll rethink this. Because it looks like this is only going to be accessible with the arrow shot. I think this is a segment where I'm only able to exit out this side. It's probably exit only. And you just come down on the other side. Unless there is something going on with this sort of quasi-rotational idea. Also, the blasters are clearly blocking something. If you take a look at what's going on with the bullet blasters here. Just want to take a look at this again. We also haven't checked going down to red pipe. Checkpoint is in that room, okay. Those were the shakiest ideas are the loudest and most confident? Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, it's kind of true that it seems to be a rarity for the mega streamers like Pooh to be the ones that are also doing puzzles. I mean, I guess, you know, you have some of those big streamers do a lot of trolls, people like Carl and Jez Cook and so on, but... Oh, you know what? We could just go through the pipe. I don't know why I didn't consider that. But in terms of doing, you know, straight-up puzzles, escape rooms, etc., I don't really see a lot of them on big streams, I guess. Like, Roru does a lot of them. Chichiri, you know, people who are kind of known for that kind of playtesting, but... In general, it seems like a sort of smallish group, say, about a dozen people or so, and a very focused puzzle setting is kind of ideal if you want to solve things efficiently with help. At least from what I've seen as a viewer. Whoops, my mistake. What do I want to do here? I probably want to lead this somewhere, don't I? There is the POW. If I can lead it down to the POW, it would kill the Muncher. I can also just go through the pipe. No, didn't I... I need to keep track of where I actually enter each of these. Note block room. Yeah, this is where I entered. So let's take advantage of the markers that are around the pipes as a bit of a memory aid for where I'm going. It really does look like I'm supposed to lead this down to the POW, though. If I can do that somehow. I'd have to traverse this a little bit differently. I think I actually just need to go into the maze and circle around a bit. That looked like a bad idea. We'll be fine, because I'll get over here with the bomb. And we won't get the key yet until we have an on-off switch activation, but we'll go down here. Okay, so we're back here in this room with a different Mecha Koopa layout because of the state switch. Same room, different idea. It also means that I can go back to this segment with a state switch. And this room will be a bit different now. It's, oh, interesting. So these arrows, I think, are pointed in the other direction, so is kind of like this rotate left and rotate right, like you do in the actual Divine Beasts. Hard block, I believe, is still blocking me over here, but we'll see if anything changes from state switch. Yeah, you can see that you've got a couple of things there that have been unblocked. That this is ultimately going to be a kind of mini-boss room before you hit checkpoint. Now this will allow me to go right when I come over here and into the other pipe. So let's try that. Okay, let me just read this room. Don't think we have any access to a POW, so we'll just come through here for the moment. And we'll just dispense with some of these guys. Kill all of them. Take this as a combat challenge. Dump this guy. See if anything happens. Yes. Entity block off screen from killing all the enemies, yeah. That'll get me down here in the off state. Yeah, pretty straightforward adventure so far. Much less of a puzzly thing than some of the dungeons we'd seen previously, but that's okay. It's a nice change. Really good double use of space just from all of the on-off state switches. Obviously, the thing we should do here is break this open, because the idea is that I can switch back to the on state and then come through here and then get through that gate. Over to checkpoint just in time for the 90-second marker. So we'll come through here. That's going to work as a switching room. But it's only going to work as a switching room insofar as we do need to loop around, as we did before. Luckily, everything here is just going to... Oh, okay, no. Yes, on state, that's great. Very efficiently take me through. That's a nice mechanism there to make sure that I pass through all of that efficiently, having done it once already. I wasn't paying too much attention to how that was set up, but it works nicely. And now we have this guy with a stump here. Because the next place we'll want to go is over to the other pipe. So this is going to be a very mild platforming challenge. We're not going to try to stop this. Yeah, very nice how everything was set up here. If you looked at how it was built when we peeked into the room earlier. And that's going to give you a state switch in this room, which is going to be new material as we get to 45 seconds on the clock. Pretty intricate so far. And that'll finally take me down to the top segment, which will take me through to this pipe. So, new material here. We will probably not get a checkpoint within 30 seconds, but given that we do need to wrap around with the state switch for that. Yeah, it looks like eventually we'll need to come all the way back. POW block. Looks like we probably just want to... a bomb activation, maybe. No, that's not going to do the trick within 2 spaces of POW. I'll read that properly once I have more time, so let's go back to it. Okay, let's make our way through this guy again. What was this door? I don't even remember. Oh, it was how we came back here previously when we switched to state to off. Okay. Really have to work on our spatial memory sometimes. I mean, all of these have this Zelda map somewhere with the P blocks, and I find that I never actually end up using it for much. From having played Zelda Dungeons in this game in the past, I find that the maps are most useful when they expose that you've been missing some rooms, like a secret room that you have not yet checked. Anyway, pretty clear how this is going to flow. We'll pass through all this, come out through the pipe on the left, and back up top in the on state, which will allow me to hit the checkpoint flag afterwards. Okay. All this is fairly clear as long as we don't make too many mistakes. And the sword was available at the end anyhow. Okay, see, much better on second reading. Drop this guy. Stop that. There we go. Very nice, simple, single interactions here. This we'll eventually have to tap if we come back here with the on state in this room. But for the time being, what we'll do instead is probably just do a bomb through here, followed by an arrow shot at a POW. Okay. And that's going to be a bomb through this location as well, just as a bit of a final link check. And also something that I think will interact with how the room kind of speeds up when you return there in the on state. So yeah, we are now able to come through here with an activation of a POW that destroys the munchers, which means that what has changed? It means that we're able to get through here now in the on state. No, let me think about which door I want. Is it this one? No. No, that resets a lot, actually. But it keeps the setup that destroys everything with the POW when you spawn in here the second time, so... I think we go down here. This allows you to wrap around. Let's pop down here. Yes, because now this gets you to the top of this segment. And then that'll take me through to the door. Interesting, once again, that we'll be doubling up on this room to the right here, which I don't remember much about at all. Ah, okay, this is some kind of clue room. It's a map room. Yeah, this is a large map room, where we're currently in the sword room here. The central switching room is going to have that pipe that goes to the left that we haven't seen yet, that takes you to the key. So when we go through the central switching room, what do we want to do? We want to probably pass all the way back to the left, to the origin point of the level. Nice way of providing that information, in fact. Except that's not going to happen because of the blockage there that I did not expect. So yeah, no, we'll navigate our way back down using the central room. Because now, with the munchers removed, you're able to pass through here this way. So the idea is that I'm able to pass back down. So scratch what I was saying earlier about not being able to use the map. Although, of course, we still have a problem here, in terms of not being able to go through. But what we want to do eventually is to get up through the left side. Okay, so we'll actually need to apply some spatial sense here. Pass back through here in the on state. Yeah, this will effectively be the same state that it was in when I passed through here, with the checkpoint active. Wasn't paying too much attention to the arrows in that map layout. I think that might have been a vital clue. But yeah, a lot of this is kind of a spatial memory check. Okay, this is our first time through here when the on state... Aha, I see. It was our first time through here with the on state with the munchers removed as an obstruction, so we could pass through here while the switch is still set to on. That allows me to see this for the first time. And yeah, that's going to activate. And here we can just probably drop a bomb. Stop that. And activate that one. Yeah, very nice layout here. In terms of having the right stuff spawn into. Make the room reversible. We'll just use the shield for this, I think. Okay. Very durable. This Hylian shield. And that gets me checkpoint. Our way out, which will then allow me to do this. Make it through here. Okay, let's not deal with that. I will need a key eventually. And the key is in this room. And okay, do need to wrap around here. Pretty gentle when one of the mechas just takes care of itself. And so yeah, we're past checkpoint, just barely past checkpoint, so main thing we'll be doing is grabbing a key off of this room, boss room, that we'll take with us afterwards. Kind of a puzzle segment in its own right. Looks like we're probably able to pass into the pipes. No, we're not. However, yeah, that will just allow me to pass that way around. Yeah, that's not bombable yet. This looks like it should be a bomb. Second, no, that won't be it. There we go. Wasn't quite sure that would do the trick at that angle. Looks like we needed the P-switch activation, though, from Muncher. No, you need a P to activate first. Then the Muncher drops into the P and keeps it going. Not seeing yet how the P activation is going to work, having wrapped around here. Whoops, need a sword. Does this spawn a sword? No, we have a spawn. Well, we have a sword that's available at the top. Yeah, we'll need to read that room again, just to be clear, because I didn't really get a good look at its overall flow. So yeah, just when I was saying that with these levels I usually don't get much use out of the map, this level comes along and shows me a pretty decent use of the map, so... Nice to have a large-scale map room like that. I think I've rarely ever seen that in a Zelda level. Okay, going to work our way through here. And into the boss area. Yeah, so it's eventually going to be some kind of P-switch activation. Possibly I need to actually take these guys out. Because, no, they're going to just spawn from the pipes now. Possibly we need to cycle through here a couple of times. Yeah, I feel like we'll just do the circuit multiple times, and that's maybe all there is to it. Whoops. I've jammed here once again. Let's escape. I may be dead, actually. Ah, nope. There we go. Master Sword in this location. Should actually zap that guy, or shield that guy, rather, for once. And yeah, from the previous breakage, you're going to have some additional mechas spawn. because we can have a different series of interactions here now. More and more dropping in here. Same mistake. Really should shield there and get to safety before I do anything reckless. And yeah, P switch available now. As soon as we hit the on-off switch over here. A lot of projectiles coming in now, though, from things sequentially unlocking. I believe that's going to be it. Ride out the POW. Can I actually ride out the coins to the other side? No, but I'm going to shoot the Triforce with some arrows. Nice little closing minigame, actually. Let's do it, since I'm nowhere near record time. Nice, got a double shot. Kind of want to just stomp on this POW, but we'll avoid a temptation. Just grab the flagpole. Okay, thank you for the GG. 4-minute 40 record on that one. Which doesn't surprise me, because once you understand a flow, it is pretty straightforward, so... Okay, let's do some more. So this one is an older one by a maker who has made a couple of really good Zelda dungeons that I've played in the past. And this is Bone Dog, usually a platformer maker, but had shown me some excellent dungeon concepts last year, and so I decided to go back over the list and try to fill in some other ones that had not yet been finished. So this is from fairly early on after the Link patch in December 2019. Subterra Temple. Made at the top of the year in 2020. Where deep under the ruins of Terra lies an ancient temple and evil within. Yeah, Captain Redbeard, thank you for dropping by for so long. Good to see you here as always, and you have a good night. Okay, so Thwomp is going to cut its way down. This pedestal doesn't really have a particular purpose to it, but we'll just open this up and expect the stumps, actually. But the Thwomp is not going to come up because of the one-way panel. Okay, that gives me the key. Now, if I tap this switch, the conveyors are going to launch the Thwomp to the right. It's going to be fun. It's going to be lots of fun. Very nice. Although the lift is now 3 wide, as you can see, due to everything being constrained by the one-way panels. And yeah, we're on top of a semi-solid. Everything's safe. The Thwomps on the side are just for decoration. Very neat. Once again. And yeah, down arrow just telling you to shield, in case it isn't clear. Okay, we'll take it. Yeah, that's gonna be a column that collapses after a shot, as we can see. Yeah, you can kind of tell that this was an earlier Link level in terms of just really exuberantly using the moveset. Just having a lot of these arrow shots here for the sake of doing them in some ways. But also as a kind of preparation. Also just a lot of markers to get people familiar with A lot of the concepts in this moveset that are by now familiar to us. But yeah, some of the mechanics with shuffling the thwomps around, like in that sideways spring segment, have been pretty original and pretty interesting so far. So let's get through here and not double tap our way into the door. We're going to have another situation here where we drop this down. Looks like we will tap this, which will give me access to the POW. Give me access to the POW gives me access to the switch. Once I have a key, which I don't have just yet. Probably just being held by the Goomba, actually. Okay, up we go. Nope, probably should have shielded out of that. I don't know if I will just live and get another sword here. Yeah, I will. Drops you pretty far down, in fact. Into the underground. And in fact, it goes even lower if you care to blow things up. On either end. So yeah, we're going to have lots of locations to work with here. I guess we'll check some of these eventually, but bouncing that, we'll bounce to POW up top. But that's not relevant to me yet. So let's just head down here. I mean, this is just a bomb that's there to do a scroll break once you are back here, the off state, I think. Because this row is going to enforce some kind of... no, it's not going to enforce a scroll break because we know that you have the red blocks here, but I kind of wonder about this then, what it's doing here. Could be some kind of spawn block. But we'll see. This is going to be a bit of a shooting test. Ah, I see. Because if you shoot the switch, then this blows up the block. Probably is something on spawn block there for the next pass when we come back around. This is going to be bomb throw followed by tap. That wrecks the whole gate there. Yeah, pretty gentle so far. But like I said, very early on in the life of Link Dungeons, and it's a very good introduction to what you can do with the moveset on the whole. I mean, a lot of these interactions are more familiar to us now, but still very interesting. No, this had to be activated with a spring. We shoot that with the POW, destroying the thwomp, which will then allow me to grab this coin here. And yeah, same idea here, that will eventually drop in from the top. Don't know what that gets me though, dropping in from the top. Why we would want that. But we'll think about that later. Let's get down here first. Blow up the block by the on switch. Okay, that's going to create a gate for me here. Also block off any additional activations. This is going to drop me even lower. Nice. Really enjoy that. Vertical plummet. It's really interesting to see this built into the vertical subworld, but positioning the camera in such a way that you still have this very room-to-room sense of transition, even though you are just going down further and further. Okay, we need to tap this quickly. Really quickly. All the way down. And we need to take the thwomp down now. After a switch activation. Sometime within the next 50 seconds. Nice curvature there. Tap that. Feels like we should be reasonably close to something like a checkpoint landmark, just given that we're out of that zone now. On-off state switch takes you down here. 20 seconds to figure out where to go. Is it just through here again? 10 seconds. Yeah, we're gonna have to redo a lot of that, but... Ah, I see. Okay, you blow that up. Punch through all of that. We're probably just short of a major landmark. But yeah, let's just redo this. I guess the main kind of progression that we're seeing here is that when you go through here... Well, we need to come back here with a key, obviously, just from coins. But if we drop this in advance, just to get rid of that block, and we don't deal with it later. Kind of wonder where this drops in. Yeah, it is just death. I was curious. SDGML, welcome. Hey, I see that you actually put your acorn me in there as an emote. Nice choice. I haven't seen that very often, actually, people just using their me as an emote. You would think it's more common. How did I like E3? I was very satisfied. Mainly with the fact that we got the thing that I had, started... well, that I had always kind of requested, but had not even seriously requested anymore, which is Metroid and Advance Wars. 2D Metroid specifically, and Waving Me has closed eyes, so you had to fuse two together to get open eyes. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know, SDGML, if you also found very much to enjoy about it. Obviously, there are a few things that are still very much missing in action, and which we might not hear about for some time, but like I was saying, I will definitely be streaming Metroid, I think, later in the year when it comes out. And let's see here. Okay, drop this. We've done this. Possibly Advance Wars as well, depending on how things go with it. Like, the original Advance Wars campaign is fairly short. Fairly easy. It's really with Dual Strike on a DS where a lot of things take off in that series, but it'll be a neat one to run, and it'll be neat to see if the online functionality is actually competent. I've also been considering that, depending on how the stream is going in terms of the schedule, the audience, etc., by the time October and November rolls around, it might be worthwhile to do the new Mario Party as a stream game. I haven't done that before. Oddly enough, Mario Party is just one of the Nintendo things that I just never really grew up with or paid much attention to, but it seems kind of ideal as a stream experience. Much more so than the last one in terms of online functionality. Whoops. Too late. There was one horror game that looked interesting. Are you thinking of Fatal Frame? Or because that was actually a port from the Wii U, a very late life game for the Wii U that everybody ignored because it was kind of a late life obscurity. I don't even know if it was originally localized outside of Japan. I feel it must have been, but to almost no attention. Unless you're talking about a completely different horror game. I'm trying to think back to what else was actually shown, because as with most Nintendo shows, it was a lot of the first-party material that got the most attention for me. I mean, also, SD, I remember you telling me that you had kind of started with Nintendo in the Wii era. The Nintendo show was really a huge throwback to the Game Boy Advance in the early 2000s. Because really, that was the lifestyle on the Game Boy Advance. You would have Advance Wars, you would have 2D Metroid, you would have WarioWare. And so it's a huge throwback to that. And definitely a lot of that material is worth visiting for the first time if you don't really know it. Ghosts of Forest in a Forest House. Yeah, I have to think about that. Okay, let's see here. What were we doing previously? Ah, yes, we have the key now, so we go back through this room. Had you not played Breath of the Wild at all, SD? Is the first game completely new to you? Because it is a remarkable experience. You only get to experience it for the first time once, and the thing about Breath of the Wild is that I highly recommend doing it completely unguided. That's the true experience. You really do want to follow your curiosity with that one. You've never played any Zelda game, okay. Well, I mean, you clearly have the online functionality on the Switch, which gives you access to a lot of the original 2D Zelda games for free, just on the... Well, I mean, for your existing online subscription that you have going, obviously, because you play Mario Maker. If you start with any of the classics, any of the 2D classics, obviously don't play anything like the 3D games, really, but Link to the Past is the most accessible place to start, I would say. Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo. Breath of the Wild is sort of interesting, though, in that its openness is much more like the original NES Classic, but... I mean, there's a huge sort of evolutionary history of design that goes into it, but the thing to know is that Breath of the Wild is just kind of a very revolutionary game in terms of its sense of player freedom. You could start with Breath of the Wild. I mean, it's a good starting place. It's not really indicative of a lot of other stuff in the series, because it's a big change in paradigm for the 3D games. Whereas... yeah, there were definitely some things that had kind of become design cliches over the course of the 3D series, going from Ocarina over to Skyward Sword, the 5 games in there. Breath of the Wild, though, you know, at any level of experience, I think is very well worth experiencing. As I said, as unguided as possible. You really do want to just take your time with it and explore it. The other thing I recommend, although it's not necessarily for everybody, depending on their patience, is to play it without using fast travel and warping. I caught on to this far too late. I didn't start playing it that way until I was near the end of the main quest. which of course I was ignoring for about the first 200 hours or so, because that's what I do with main quests. But I wish I had caught on to that earlier, because it's a game that benefits quite a bit. Look at that, the flagpole is right outside the initial entry area. Or at least it's made to look like that, yeah. But yeah, if you have the patience to do it without fast travel, I highly recommend doing that with Breath of the Wild as well, because obviously it's going to slow down a lot of things, but at the same time, you really get to take in the seamlessness of the world, which is one of the biggest things that it brings to the table. That is just this gigantic landscape where you can just follow your curiosity and just do things and try things out for yourself. And it's a very magical experience in a way, because there are so many things where you can just tell yourself, okay, I'm going to try this intuitive seeming thing that usually doesn't work in video games just to see if it works. And most of the time in Breath of the Wild, the thing that you come up with will actually work. There's a specific example I have in mind, but I really don't want to spoil it for you. It's a very minor interaction that I'm thinking of, but there are just a lot of little things in the game that are worth discovering for the first time on your own. Huckleberry Clemens, welcome. Okay, so that's another clear. Let's pull another one up. Actually, I think there's a second one from that same maker, Bone Dog, that I wanted to take a look at briefly. I think it's also a dungeon. I'm not sure, because he does mainly make platforming levels, but I believe this was also another early Link level that I hadn't played. Yeah, here we are. Link visits Cannon Castle. Link, on his quest to save the princess, hopes to avoid a soft lock. Momentarily saying, yeah, Metroid Dread was really the news of the day for me. The biggest news of the day for me. By quite a long shot. So yeah, this was also another level that was uploaded at just about the same time as the previous one, at the beginning of the year in 2020. But it's also going to be some kind of Link puzzler. And we'll see what it's all about. But yeah, SD, I mean, Breath of the Wild is such a massive game that you want to make time for it before the second one comes out in particular. But yeah, definitely while your subscription is active, I do recommend playing the classic games as well. Like I said, A Link to the Past is the most accessible way to get in on it. And yeah, they're going to feel like very distinct experiences, but still very rewarding in their own way. Yeah, Link to the Past is where the classic formula came together. But the classic formula also kind of came at the expense of some of the original openness that the first Legend of Zelda was going for. And so a lot of the pretext behind the Breath of the Wild was to kind of rethink a lot of those fundamentals and just not be too attached to the structures that A Link to the Past had established. But it was an incredible jump for the series at the time, Link to the Past back in its own time, and that's you would have these immensely vertical spaces in what was a top-down 2D game, that you would have this huge vertical spatial reasoning. Just as one of the many things that it contributed. Whoops. Yeah. I actually think that in terms of 3D games, I mean, I don't really have the same attachment to Ocarina that a lot of people do. I've always thought that Wind Waker is actually the best place to start for the pre-Breath of the Wild 3D series. But Again, I seem to have the kind of minority opinion that the series has really improved on everything since Ocarina, and so Ocarina kind of seems like a bit of an SMB1 style game in retrospect, where it's just this incredibly important landmark in design that just has been completely iterated on since. But let's see here. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on, that we need multiple switch activations here to drop the Muncher onto the bomb, which will activate the POW. I was not looking at a right side column previously. And yeah, Zelda 2, I've never made it very far in Zelda 2. It's such a vastly different experience. It's sort of interesting that Nintendo's major series all had that second game that turned out in the end to be a bit of a black sheep game, in that it's, which is not to say they were bad or anything, which is to say that they seem like the outliers in retrospect, because the series would kind of dial back to the first game with all the third entries. Assuming that you count Doki Doki Panic as SMP2, which I do. Let's go here. Oh, that's sort of interesting. I think we just need to walk very carefully. Whoops. Never mind that. We did make it. But I don't know if I need to preserve the sword going in here. Nope. Okay. Less puzzle-oriented than the previous one, but also less obsessively indicated, I think. I like that this one, compared to the previous one, leaves you to figure out a lot more by yourself. Okay. Jump over here. Whoops. More carefully. And Huckleberry Clemens, I'm glad you think so. I mean, really depends on the kind of challenge we're up against sometimes. I do play a lot of puzzle on the stream though, and so we try to exercise the puzzle muscle somewhat. Okay, down here. We'll drop in here, not activate that on-off switch on the way down. Okay. And, yeah, so this is within range. That'll be fine. Nice segment here. Oh, except I wonder if we could have tapped our way into the pipe on my way up. I didn't really press into it. And I feel like I should have, depending on... Oh, no, that's just an invisible block activation that can be refreshed with Divine. I don't know what this Thwomp is doing here. Doesn't seem to be doing very much. You realize the WoW token doesn't work for the WoW stuff. Does it really not? I thought it used to. Because for the last very long stretch where I was playing WoW at all, I was paying entirely with tokens, and I thought you could just cash it back in if you had cashed out. I didn't realize, actually, that you didn't have the complete collection, because I thought you had every commander up to full. But I guess if you only had Stepman up to 5 or something, then... Yeah, okay, let's get in on this. It's going to be a bit of a timed challenge here, so yeah, much more action-oriented than previous concept, but still very dungeon-like in an interesting way. Okay. Now, what's this all about? We need to just stand here, I think. Yeah, that's just there to scare you. That's also just there to scare you. Okay. No invisible block here, but looks like we just drop this. markers do give quite a lot away, but I guess this is much more of a straightforward experience than some Zelda dungeons that are much more puzzly in nature. A nice demonstration of this mechanic, you know, for people who aren't necessarily going to see the bomb activation. Yeah, we missed a timing there. That is going to be timing based, and that's why there's the marker. The markers are there to train you to look for time-sensitive locations like that one. So yeah, momentarily saying, being a turn-based tactics player, I'm sure that the Advance Wars remake may have caught your notice as well. Okay. Oh god, yes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I actually never played the original Black Hole Rising campaign until Advance Wars 2, so that will be new material for me. And as I was saying earlier in the stream, the last time this subject came up, it'll be nice for Advance Wars to finally have decent online play, even if the online is just exactly the functionality that they originally had for local co-op. Or local multiplayer, rather. Local versus. And the map sharing and so on. That's all that's really needed to make it work. No, we tapped this with the sword, yeah. And that's something that, because Advance Wars had been absent for such a long time, since Days of Ruin or Dark Conflict back in 2008, that's... What is this spike ball doing? Do I want to know? I don't want to know. Okay. Yeah, it seemed like Advance Wars never really got its proper crack at an online mode. Because the series just stopped when they were doing the earliest experiments with it on the old Nintendo Wi-Fi connection on DS. And it was just never fully developed. And so, that in itself is quite a big deal. Thank you for the GGs. Let's pull up some more. We've gotten through a decent pile of dungeons today, including one that was really long earlier, because I was trying to beat the 9-minute 45 world record, and made several attempts at it, and finished on 9-minute 48. And so we'll go back to that at some point, but not today. But we've done some pretty chunky dungeons so far, and so let's bring up some more. I'll probably stay for at least one or two more, I think. Yeah, I don't know if you played the... I know you had said whether you had played the first Rabbids game. I had some frustrations with it in terms of some of its systems feeling a little bit undercooked or not very thought out, but it was something that was, I think, a fundamentally good concept that could be developed considerably in a good sequel. So it was the kind of game where I thought, okay, this is clearly very flawed, but in a way that a sequel could fix. The only thing about the next Rabbids game, though, is that with Ubisoft games waiting a few months for them to go 75% off with all the DLC included is usually the right move. Zelda Puzzle from Jimzan. So Jimzan is a maker who has made a lot of music levels and a lot of music plus puzzle levels and Zelda music levels and, you know, things in combination. This one might not be music, it might just be pure puzzle solving with Link, and as you can see, this level came out right after Link patch, the 2.0 patch in December 2019, so we'll see what kind of concept this is and whether it has more of a general dungeon structure. I think it will, just given the 3 to 4 minute record time. Yeah, my issue with the first Rabbids game was that while the maps and the dynamic movement and everything else in the actual battles was quite a lot of fun, in that you could just blast through everything as a half-decent tactics player, there were a lot of things that felt a little bit tacked on. You know, the skill trees, the itemization, the currency, the whole leveling system where, you know, the challenges would just be totally trivialized if you didn't do them at the right time. Like, there were a lot of things that just didn't feel put together well, despite the fact that the core concept was tons of fun. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about when I say that it feels like there's a better game that's buried in there. I never did look at the Donkey Kong DLC, though, for Rabbids. And I wonder, since it is on sale, if I should finally pick it up. The issue was that for the longest time it was not on sale. This is SMB 1, I can't grab that. I can, however, activate this and go through the pipe on the left side. No, that's going to be an item. E-switch, okay. Oh, interesting. Ah, yes, okay. Now snow can go up slope. But I need to hit the P-switch first. Redo that. Well, we're not at the Master Sword yet, if it's coming anytime soon. There is, in fact, something of that sort in here. No, need to be a little bit faster about that. We'll stop the snowball first, then go for the P. That's the smart thing to do. Let's drop this in. Nope. Let's drop this in. Nope. It's always the simple things. Okay, there we go. Hit the P, push this right away. And, yeah, there we go. I don't know if I would find it underwhelming. There were a few things that were conspicuously missing. I think that I really did think it was about time for Bayonetta to show up, for sure. That was one thing that stuck out. Because, yeah, that's been announced since late 2017, December 2017, and it is conspicuously missing at this point. But it's very true that, you know, some other things like anything for the Donkey Kong 40th anniversary didn't really pan out, for instance. And that was quite noticeable. Although it might just be something to be announced later, but at this point the schedule for the rest of this year looks pretty packed, so. Okay, this will just be something that I shield into position, I think. We'll see how I want to do that. Wonder if I can just stand here and deflect it. Probably, no, totally wrong. We need to take it in the bottom. Okay. Yeah, from what I've heard, and I've also, I mean, even as somebody who got Prime Trilogy on the Wii side of the Wii U, I should say. I've heard that apparently there may be some pretty serious technical obstacles to getting it done. At least somebody who was an ex-retro developer had talked about that and said that he would be very surprised if they managed to get it done in a reasonable fashion, just given that, you know, porting from GameCube to Wii is no real problem, given that they share the same hardware architecture, but, whoops. Apparently there's enough to make that difficult in terms of salvaging the existing code base for a Switch that it would be quite a lot of work, which is not to say they wouldn't get that done somehow, but there was apparently a lot that would have to be rebuilt. But yeah, definitely there's been a rumor ever since Prime 4 was first announced that every year somebody suspects that Nintendo's just been sitting on Prime Trilogy waiting for the right time. We have the coin on this half already, that's all there is to that room, so. This we combust. And then we reposition the spike balls. Let's wait for the next cycle. Yeah, you can tell that with all of the games that they put up for preload and pre-order and such, by that time, a lot of things like the file sizes and such are set. The software in its pre-patch form is effectively done. And they are just strategizing the schedule. Sometimes things are ready to go 6 months or so before they hit the market. No, we want to roll the spike ball down and just hold steady. Pretty simple. Okay. So, you know, it was very unorthodox, of course, given that we were dealing with the pandemic, that we had such a long stretch over the past year of Nintendo announcing things on, say, 2 to 3 month notice. Usually it's kind of 6 to 12 month notice, I would say. And it's also comparatively rare for announcements to be as far ahead by years and years as Prime 4 or Bayonetta 3. Although in the case of Prime 4, you know, it was rather conspicuously restarted from scratch. Where they outright came out and said they were restarting it from scratch to save the embarrassment of canceling their way out of one of the biggest and most hotly anticipated announcements. We probably want to send fire down there. Let's go to the blaster location and lead some fire. There we go. That's going to loop all the way down, but we'll eventually want to reposition the fire such that it will go where I want. The way to do that is down here. Okay, there we go. That looks good. And then we bump it again from the lower location. And then we just shoot the thing, I think. There we go. It'll be a jumping shot here and there. So we'll just shield out of this phase. Oops. And survive this. But yeah, Prime 4, they just switched developers entirely. Time's up. Like you said, that darn timer. That's because I was dawdling a bit too much on the snowball segment early on, so understandable. Yeah, because originally Prime 4 was with Bandai Namco, and then it switched over to Retro, because I think Retro also shifted out of whatever they were working on previously, which nobody knew what they had been working on since Donkey Kong, but there was this Star Fox rumor that had been floating about for ages that is now, I think, kind of suspected of being some kind of deliberate plant. Or at least some kind of crossed wires when it came to the messaging. But apparently some ex-Retro developers have said as well that something they were working on in the mid-2000s, which they obviously can't talk about, just never saw the light of day, and is not what Retro is working on now, which is Prime 4. But yeah, I always expected Prime 4 to be a relatively safe game, though, in that it knows that it has to kind of get back on form, and so I certainly wasn't expecting it to turn out to be something really experimental like Echoes, where Echoes was really going nuts with a lot of very unorthodox ideas. But I always kind of expected that Prime 4 would be something that's kind of a relatively conservative update of the fundamentals of what people loved about the original Prime into a new era, and also probably had some challenges ahead of it, in that a lot of stuff that we associate with Metroid Prime as being really original back in 2002 look much less so now. Like the entirety of the visor system and how much detective vision and such mechanics are now just a normal part of the landscape. So for me, you know, the prospect of a 2D Metroid 5, or a Metroid Dread as it were, was always the more tantalizing prospect. In that I felt like there was more room to move with it than there was with a new Prime. I mean, I've always loved Prime, but I definitely kind of have a bit of a systemic preference for 2D games as well. And because it's been really interesting to see that Metroid Dread just already looks like it leans into new concepts and new material in the same way that Fusion did back in its own day. That the striking thing about Fusion was how not beholden it felt to existing conventions. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Like, I felt like the map in Fusion and the progression locking had some issues, but it was clearly just full of brand new ideas. Whoops. Okay, let's drop a shot to this location here. Almost. Maybe here. No. We made it all the way here. Of course I'm trying this. There we go. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, to think about Other M. I actually did play Other M at launch, and I played it to 100% at a time, and it has some very clear issues, but I think it's also a game where its reputation for just being either outright hated or ignored kind of buries the things that did work about it, where, as with what I was saying about Rabbids earlier, it felt like there was a fundamentally good concept buried in there that was just loaded with a lot of stuff that was ill-advised or messy. And that a second crack at that kind of concept, a really swiftly moving 3D third-person Metroid, I feel like deserves another crack at some point. But it was very clear when Other M failed that they just kind of split off back into, you know, wanting Prime to eventually come back and carry the 3D side, and 2D just sticking to an evolution of 2D as before. So, Fly Defender, if you have a Zelda dungeon, I'd be willing to take it. I'm not going to be on for too much longer, but I'm willing to take suggestions today. I'm not doing general viewer levels today, but I do tend to run viewer levels typically twice a week on the weekends. A Zelda speed run. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take a look. Since I'm through a lot of the list that I did originally want to get through. Yeah, just take a moment to find a code and we'll just talk in the meantime. But yeah, Other M was a game where I played it to 100% at a time, and I thought, okay, I'd be happy to do it again, but it does have a very clear structural problem to it. But the interesting thing is that a lot of the problems with Other M were already kind of a problem in Fusion, just to a less conspicuous extent, because Fusion did so many other things very, very well. But yeah, Other M is actually a prequel to Fusion, but it felt like a bit of a clear attempt to do Fusion in 3D. And it runs into a lot of the same issues when it comes to the flow of the map. And there are some parts that are... like, there are some specific moments where the gameplay elements are also quite bad. You know, just momentary mini-games or whatever it is that just pop out of nowhere and don't work as well as they really should. But yeah, I think that Other M is actually kind of underrated in its own way, which is not to say that it's great. It's worth playing, I would say, but it's controversial for a reason. It's controversial, in fact, for multiple reasons, I think. So yeah, Fly Defender, just let me know when you've got the code ready, and we'll take a peek. I'll probably only be doing one or two more. So yeah, that wasn't the most elaborate Jim's End level. He actually had a couple of other ones that we might want to take a look at, if not necessarily today. Let me just get back to list here. Like I said, he mostly does music stuff, but it hasn't uploaded in a while, but has a lot of other Zelda concepts all over the place. So we might do one of them. You see, lots of Zelda concepts. Now this one in particular was quite good. I remember playing this around the time that it was released. Anyway, Fly Defender, let's take a look at your Zelda speedrun. It'll be a bit of a change of pace after all these longish dungeon levels we've been looking at. Not that good, that's okay. We'll just take a look at it casually. The Mosquito speedrun. Check out this Twitch streamer. Most 7K. This is from June of last year. 15-second record on it. Let's see how we do. Clear condition as well. And kind of a mosquito in the cover image, which I guess matches the promise in the title. It's a French streamer that had asked me to do him a level. I think I've lurked a bit in his stream before. I only have a little bit of French, but that's why I try to watch streams sometimes to pick up on some of that. Okay. Anyway, let's go here. Like, I can read and write in French decently, I just don't speak it very confidently, so... Oh, we've got 10 seconds, we have to do this quickly. I totally forgot that it was a speedrun. Wasn't paying attention to that. That's okay. We nearly made it to the end, in fact, despite stalling for a few seconds. And yeah, I can totally just jump here. It's very true. Yeah, I like that this is not tight when it comes to the pathways. It's not excessively linear or anything like that. It's just enough flexibility to do a few things your own way. No, that's not how we should do it. I think I need to slam in the middle, and we just were a bit inaccurate. And because I need to take out both columns at once with ground stomp, otherwise the one-way panel there gets me into trouble. Whoops. Yeah, no, that's pretty clearly what I have to do. Whoops. No, let's do it over again. You saw a comment that momentarily saying that made you question which you enjoy more, primes or 2D. I tend to enjoy 2D more as a rule, but the prime games are games where they vastly surpass my expectations despite being first-person shooters in a way. I'm not really much of a first-person person, as you can probably tell. I also never really adjusted to a lot of the 3D transitions as well, so the fact that I love the Prime games as much as I do is a testament to just how good they are at making their concept work. Such that even people who are not really into that kind of genre or pacing or control style can get a ton of mileage out of them. Okay, pretty generous timer. We'll just grab the Triforce at the end. Nice little ending huts as well. Do I have a favorite 2D Metroid? I know it's a kind of cliche thing, but of course it's Super. Of course it's Super. So yeah, thank you for that, Fly Z-Boss or Fly Defender. Super Metroid has this incredible sense of openness to it, despite having a very clear intended sequence of events, I guess. I mean, it has this incredible openness to it that rewards exploration in a way that I felt like a lot of Metroid's imitators never, ever managed to replicate until Hollow Knight. That's how I'll put it. I felt like Hollow Knight was actually the first game since Super Metroid, including the other Metroid games, that really understood that. Prime is like that too. Prime 1 in particular. Prime 1 kind of understands how to find that appropriate balance between the lock and key structure and the sense that any path you could go down could potentially be the main path when you're first playing it. Quite linear, but rewards exploring, exactly. And a lot of other games don't quite have that balance. So let's actually get back to Jim Zen's list, because I wanted to take a look at one of the later ones. And yeah, we've been looking at a couple of makers today where I've been doing 2 or 3 per maker when it comes to some of the dungeons. So let's pick one. Yeah, this has got a Triforce on it, and it's got music. Let's do it. It's the newest one. Yeah. Okay, so that's the map on the left. We'll keep an eye on it. Like I always say about Breath of the Wild, if you give me instructions in a game or a clear idea of a main path or main objective, I will usually just wind up doing that last. And the thing that makes Breath of the Wild unique is that if you play that way and you just try to put off doing stuff that looks like the main quest, you can actually just keep doing that and end up playing through the whole map for 200 hours or so without progressing any quest-like content. And that's exactly what I did when I played it. Just decided to follow whatever location I wanted. And yeah, that first objective that you're given when you get off the tutorial area, I didn't do that objective for probably the first 180 hours or so, and so, which was kind of interesting because I had a very personalized run through it, I guess. Okay, so that beat is really coming in hot there in the lowest level. What am I doing here? Yeah, P-switches are just being globally loaded as instruments. Jim Zen is kind of a master of music loop setups. We need to just get on top of the mecha, maybe... Oh yeah, this is just a pipe up here. That's probably all there is to it. Let's just go... maybe not. I should pay attention here. Map is telling me what? Map is telling me... coins up and to the right. Whoops. And grab the sword. I just totally lost track of what I was doing. That's fine. We'll recover that somehow. Maybe just take this guy out. And, yeah. He's gonna respawn in that location. I think I just need to move him. Right, because I want something to zap this location here. In order to do that, I have to drop him. Or do I? Feels like I need something else going on here. Yeah, because if I just bump it down here, that's not going to do the trick. If I... Oh, you know what? I probably could just have shot this once I disabled it. No, not like that, obviously. Ideally, if I can get it into that middle position. I'm missing something obvious. This location. It's really, really obvious. Yeah, let's take this guy out. No, hang on. Check the pipe. Climb my way up and... Oh wait, you know what? Drop a... No, bomb's not going to do it. It's not within a 2x2 range, and I can't reach that anyway. I may just be blind. Can't I go in a pipe at the top? I thought I tried that. I was trying to follow the map and attempt it. That is not the solution. What did I even do to myself here? Yeah, because I spawned this thing. I played too many levels where that is actually the solution. I don't know why I thought that would do anything. Try left. What is there to the left? Let me think about this. Hang on. Oh yeah, pushing the Koopa to the left. Goes down slope. Zapping isn't going to do anything. Oh, you know what? No. It's going to be within range if it's on this platform. And I climb up the vine, I aim it. It fires. Yeah, that'll hit. I keep forgetting what a long range these have. Yeah. I am missing something obvious. Reactivate that, get on top of the vines, get it to shoot, and that'll be fine. No, I need to jump up and let it do its work. That's why that has a ding-dong sound. Okay. Okay, here's another one to potentially work with. The vines are mostly blocking me from pulling out a bomb. Here, eventually I would assume that I get some kind of item that allows me to jump up there, be it a shell or a boot. Yeah, it's kind of true that when it comes to solving puzzles, it's actually kind of easier to talk about different subjects while I'm grinding, say, a hard platform level where the thing I'm doing is mostly mechanical rather than mental. I feel like this should be reachable once I unblock that, of course. Whoops. Bomb is tucked under a cloud. That's not going to be hittable. Yes, it is. Something's going to spawn. Okay, mech is going to spawn. And we get around 60 seconds remaining. We'll likely have to redo all of this. This is a different maker than the mech level earlier. But he really does like them, yes. Okay, let's get rid of that guy a little more gracefully. At least deactivate him. Nope. Need to not fall down. 20 seconds left. We are unlikely to make it much further. Okay, fine, we'll just do it this way. Do I need a Master Sword? Yes, I do, but I have one here. That's okay. For future reference, we can just come up here and grab a new sword. Probably tapping a bomb up there. But we'll go back and try it. Wonder what this P and arrow are telling me about. I wonder if Advanced Wars Redo will have the same AI. Yeah, I hope there are some revisions for some of that. I mean, for the campaign to work as is, though, maybe it just needs the current AI for the sake of balancing, but it's very true that the original Advanced Wars has some issues with the degree to which units are prioritizing certain targets, like your APCs and so on. What happened to the sword? Sword's up there, okay. After we get this down. What is zap? Right, that's the order. Get this guy down here. Zap. And we blow up the block and send it to the left. Ah, yeah, now that I'm not just blowing this up willy-nilly, I can see the sequence of the puzzle much more clearly. Let's... There you go. And yeah, we just blow this guy up and spawn a new one. Okay, over to the left. Yeah, really good to have WarioWare back as well. Don't know if I'll pick it up right from the start, but it's definitely something to keep in mind for some like there's nothing that quite fills this niche, I would say. And there's definitely a time and place for it. I felt like the Switch was kind of overdue for something like WarioWare. As soon as I saw the Joy-Cons when they were originally unveiled, one of the first things I thought was, this is perfect for WarioWare. You can get such a feature set out of the controllers. Now, from what we saw, I don't know if they will actually use Joy-Con features that well, but especially with, you know, everything designed to accommodate the Switch Lite family of systems these days, especially things that are designed to be more portable friendly games. So it's possible that it just won't really use the Switch feature set as wildly as I imagined, but no, we eventually want to take that spring down. And to do that, we need to move the Koopa up a spot. Probably by tapping it with a sword to the left. Or just dropping something entirely off the upper location. Let's, whoops, not fall into this. I've actually never played Mario Party. But one thing I'm definitely considering, as I was saying on a stream earlier, is that if the online functionality is just functional in the new one, it potentially could be a very good streaming game. You know, as a bit of a streaming party event. Whether we do that would have to depend on interest, though. I don't know if it's necessarily something that we have the viewer base or the interest to sustain by the time it comes out. And I also only have time to feature so many games, right? That with the constant rotation that we have going on, where it's Mario Maker and Scrabble and sometimes something else. It's a bit difficult to squeeze in too many things. But yeah, I know that people had opinions about the way that they changed the flow of the board game in the later entries of Mario Party. And so I would assume that a lot of people are taking the return of the N64 boards as a thing to be very confident about. This jump block here. Let's think about it, because I think that you need to send something up to Twister. Like a bomb. And I wonder, no, we send it up a block perhaps. No. I was hoping to get it up to Twister, but I don't know where any of that actually goes. Let's pull the camera up and scout. And actually determine what the objective is here. Yeah, I probably want a trampoline to eventually be available. And I don't know if this will spawn anything if we hit it somehow. We already tried the bomb here in this location. That's not doing anything. But what is the idea here then? Because spring is on a track. I'm gonna think about this. We made it through here. We eventually will have some kind of on-off interaction to drop everything, unless we're meant to go back down first. Activate an on-off switch and then take something like a platform back and up. Not clear on this so far. In terms of where we can progress. I need to look at this a little more carefully. And 60 seconds remaining. I mean, this stuff we've done already for 1 coin. Oh, very true that we had not actually thought about this coin here either. We'll see. And up we go. Yeah, I mean, I was sort of thinking that I could tap a bomb up towards this block and maybe it would drop something for me, but doesn't appear to be the case. I was alternatively hoping that you could take a bomb over that way. We could also tap the Master Sword itself and perhaps send it up to the appropriate location, but yeah, I see what location you're talking about. There's a... Oh. Yeah, that's right. That's just the music loading. Initially. Wasn't really paying attention to it the first time. Whoops. Let's be careful. But yeah, basically you load into music and then you spend the level climbing your way back out. Very brief look at everything to come. And yeah, we'll just pop this guy. Send him down here for the first shot. This possible to drop onto one of those holes as I'm falling. I don't know that I got enough of a clear look to say, but I would assume not. Okay. Just take this guy. Oops, nope. Don't want to do that. Oddly enough, that would work just fine, even though we're missing a sword. Let's just activate the block. And I'll go back for the sword afterwards. Not like that, I don't. But yeah, let's watch this carefully as we drop this time. Yeah, just a lot of music down this column. Don't want to get hit by the bombs. No, as you can see... Yeah, dropping into a one-tile gap is not really going to happen. Whoops. We need to be careful with that. But yeah, at this point, in terms of what I'm thinking with the stream getting into late into the year, is that we'll definitely do Metroid. We may do Advance Wars. I think it's fairly likely we will. But definitely Metroid will be a major priority in October. There are also a huge pile of indie games that I'd wishlisted for ages that are all on sale right now. Yeah, my eShop wishlist just lit up with discounts today, and I've decided what I'll pick up, but it'll be nice to get some more small indie titles back into rotation again. You know, just some things that can be done in the span of 1 or 2 streams. As a bit of a change of pace. When I was first starting the stream, I originally thought that it would be much more of a Mario Maker plus occasional indies stream, but the viewer base, of course, is mostly here for Mario Maker. And that, combined with the mountain of content to get through, just made that wind up dominating our coverage, although of course that's because it was dominating my playtime to begin with, so. But yeah, it'll be nice to get some smaller games back into rotation, even if we don't have too much of a viewership for them, I think, just to get some more obscure titles recorded and covered. But yeah, naturally, smaller games that are not just hot new releases do have a bit of trouble getting coverage to begin with, because people don't really go out of their way to look for them as content. So let's get back into here. Yeah, I've actually played very few new things of any sort this year. I don't think I've actually bought a game since Bowser's Fury back in 3D World plus Bowser's Fury back in February. But now we are overloaded with options. A mecha is going to remain in that location. No, I don't think you missed much. I was just recovering this position. I have not made any additional solutions progress. We are back here now, though. And This I'm not clear on. Yeah, I really wonder about this segment here. It really felt like I should be able to. Oh, look at that. No, you can totally tap it and bounce it up. It's absolutely doable. It's just a little bit fuzzy. There we go. And that accomplished nothing. You would need to do it quickly enough that the twister plus trampoline drops the object onto this jump block on the left, which will almost certainly spawn a spring that comes down here and allows me to jump up to the left. No. But I think this is the way to do it. You want to bump it up over here. It's difficult to time though, given how low my camera positioning currently is. Even if I pull it up, it's going to pull back down just because of where we are. Yeah, if it gets bounced before it detonates, that will be how it goes. Why is that block destructible? Which block? Oh, this block here, yeah. Good question. Interesting. Was not expecting that. I don't think that actually gets me anything, though. But yeah, the issue is currently that I can't actually see what the trampoline position is, but you can see what's supposed to happen here, that if the twister carries an object to the left, any object, doesn't need to be a bomb, then what's happening is that the trampoline is going to project it to the left and it's going to drop something on top of the note block there. And so the question is, do we have something to work with other than the bomb, or do I just need to do this more accurately? I think we need to work with the twister timing a bit better, such that we know the twister is going to carry it to the left. Whoops. There we go. Not quite. Huh. Possibly we need some other object like, for example, the Master Sword, which I considered at the end of one of my previous attempts and totally forgot about. Yeah, no, we'll use the Master Sword because it won't detonate. The timing, I think, is actually set up specifically to preclude you from using the bomb. You do, in fact, have to use the sword. But the sword's going to end up way to the right here, and so that's not going to be ideal. Yeah, if I can push the sword... well, let's actually spawn it this way, and that's much better. Yeah, and that's why you destroyed a block, because if you destroyed a block, then you can walk here with a sword. That's significantly better, in fact. There we go. That's going to give me a vine. Okay, that's fine. And looks like that's going to be actually bomb plus arrow shot to push it. No, not quite. Oh, there we go. What comes out of there? It's going to zap. Then we do another bomb drop. With an arrow shot. As it's going up, probably. Yeah, the arrow shot makes this quite tricky, actually. Really do have to get this on the first cycle. Dang, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Hope you enjoyed your nap or other diversion. I wonder if I'm missing something that'll make that particular timing easier, in the same way that once I figured out what to do with having the sword, The execution was easy once I found the right thing to do. This will almost certainly be the last thing I play today, by the way. But we'll see how it goes. Well, you can't really have flags in this segment so far because everything is dependent on the music loading in all at once. There are ways to make levels work with that regardless. I've seen some looping music levels that do actually find a clever way to give you checkpoints while reloading the whole loop. But it's a pretty packed layout as it is, so... And, you know, we're losing a lot of time initially due to certain things that I'm just not solving quickly, and then now that we know some of the solutions, we can get back into position fairly quickly, I think. I wonder why. Oh, I guess I might have blown up a little too much, perhaps. Yeah, because previously I had no trouble just moving this guy all the way here. There we go, just a positioning trick here. Activate. I always like the idea of bringing in the items that you see in 3D Land and 3D World where you can just pick up the clocks to add to your time limit. Obviously the troll makers are going to have an absolute field day with some of that stuff, but I think having something be open to abuse by troll makers is not a reason to not have it, if you follow what I'm saying. That I'd rather have features that can be abused than to not have those features. Because features that can be abused are probably powerful enough to be put to really good creative use as well. Yeah, infinite time would definitely compel a rethink of some of the clear check system, though. That's something that you kind of have to price in. Let's blow this up so we can spawn a second one here. And then we'll zap whatever that was here for the coin. Oh yeah, I didn't even pick up the first coin originally downstairs. That may be an issue. Although, no, it won't be, because the blue blocks are here because eventually we'll be taking some kind of lift or making a fall all the way back down, potentially with the shoe or the bone shell. That will allow me to grab the first coin that we passed. I don't think the first coin is obtainable yet. Okay. Just one. And then let's continue. Yeah, these one-tile slots always tricky to work with. No, I wanted to tap this to the left because it drops in at sort of the halfway point in the one-way panel, where it is not actively being pushed out. Okay. That will give me Divine. Let's get back in here. Yeah, you do kind of need to lean into the throw to get it to work properly. Nope. So yeah, this time we need to get the shot. Or maybe not. I may have to rethink this. No, we actually want to bomb the Koopa, I think. And then... can we do that? Okay, let's... yeah, just throw like that. Oh yeah, no, and when we do a diagonal shot up here, that's the way to do it. There we go. And we'll just wrap around back here. I wonder if there's any compelling reason to reuse the Koopa. Yes, there is. We'll reposition it very carefully. There we go. Nope. Nope, that's not gonna move it. That's not quite going to do it either. Let's grab a sword. Or not. That's okay, shouldn't take long to get our way back there. Okay, back we go. Same idea as before, are we? I've seen quite a lot of this by now. Yeah, that's going to activate. And up we go. Destroy that, then we'll destroy the mecha next, and then project it to the left. Let me get a new one. Don't want to kick it too hard. Come on. There we go. Okay, through we go. Yeah, we'll eventually come back for that. And what do we got here? Yeah, that's hit the bomb and then spawn the mecha. There we go. And then we'll come over here and push it through when a safe opportunity presents itself. Okay. Wait for this guy. And punch this. Whoops. Let's mind those hitboxes. Okay, there we go. And I think we've got everything understood in the next segment as well, so load this up first of all so we have access. And then it hits that to the left. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, we don't need to jump into this. We just need to hug the wall when we throw, actually. Same with this one here. I need to back out a little bit for the shot, though, I think. Yeah, I do need to back out slightly. And that's the most difficult thing about it. Other than the timing, of course. There we go. Now let's see about that mecha placement. This is as far as we got previously. No, that's not gonna go. Well, I mean, I can tap this guy. There we go. Much better. Check the positioning here. No, I do want it on the lower level. Train the shot first, and then... There we go. Drop a bomb here for the on-off activation. Whoops. Let's see if I can get a sword. Should be able to. Just down here. Great. Okay, not what I wanted to do, but we'll manage somehow. Much better. Now we grab this, and of course now we're able to drop all the way back down. We know where coin 3 is located, since we saw it first. But I think we will want to take this platform and move it. And the platform is actually going to give me access to this coin here. I feel like we should, in fact, just wait for it to come back. 127 seconds, so I don't know if it's going to run to track that quickly. Also depends on what yeah, the key door was up top. We did see it. It's loaded on track, so it'll come back as long as it doesn't pop out to a pit or something. Now, what have we got here? Okay, that's actually going to be it for the flag, although interesting what's going on with the muncher here. And for that matter, the pipe. That would give you access to... Ah, interesting. No, we throw a bomb. There we go. Something's going to hit the POW, then that hits the muncher. See? Leave no task undone. You wanted to make a joke about dads getting smokes? Yeah, very seasonally appropriate for Father's Day. So that was Mecha Temple. So yeah, we got through a decent pile today. Some of them longer than others. This one I spent a while on because I tried to beat the speed record, and I ended up being 3 seconds off. For those who didn't catch that disaster earlier. So we might reattempt this at some point, because I felt like the world record is very, very beatable. It's just that I was playing in a very sloppy fashion. It's very beatable, but not necessarily by me. But it's so easily up for grabs that I think we may do it again on a future stream. That's going to be it for this one, though. And yeah, like I said, it doesn't take a lot of optimization to get that record, but you do need to be really consistent over a long stretch of time. And that can sometimes be a problem. But not a lot of people have even bothered to attempt it. And yeah, no worries about being able to make every stream, obviously. Just catch the ones that you're able to when they're convenient. But Scrabble is indeed back tomorrow, and viewer levels on the weekend slots as usual. We may be doing the Maker feature again on the Thursday to Friday stream. I do have a Super World marked out that I may want to run as this week's featured content, but I'll make some kind of announcement on the Discord beforehand about that as usual, even if it's on very short notice. But that's the plan, that we'll probably do a few consecutive days, assuming that I'm not totally burnt out or something. So, in the meantime, we will send you off to a raid somewhere. Hope you enjoyed the program today, and especially Nintendo's program even earlier. I certainly had an absolute blast. Never has it been so welcome to be filled with a sense of dread. But we'll send you on to somebody else doing Mario Maker very shortly, I think. And we'll pick that out in just a minute. So in the meantime, thank you so much for watching. And have a good night or morning or the usual. And fare thee well.